Hello, welcome back. Right, okay, we're good. Sorry, I was playing around with some settings. I saw that lossless scaling got an update, so I decided to give it a try with Microsoft Flight Simulator. Still sort of testing out how it works, but I think I got it. So, let me just turn it on. Okay. I got so much shit. Right, so for those of you who might not know what lossless scaling is, it's an application that's on Steam, and it provides, I think, mainly two functions. One is scaling, like NVIDIA DLSS or AMD. AMD has one too, right? Yeah. So it upscales or downscales whatever you want. But for most people, they use lossless scaling for the frame gen function. Lossless scaling applies frame gen to pretty much any application that you might want to run, even if your GPU cannot handle like official frame gen modes, right? So I have a RTX 2080 Super. NVIDIA said graphics drivers before the 30 series cannot really use frame gen. I think it's like 30 series, right? Or was it 40 series? Yeah, something with like NVIDIA said the GPUs cannot handle NVIDIA frame gen unless it's like at or above the 40 series. So what lossless frame gen does is it has its own frame gen system that I can run. So I have a 2080, but I can use lossless frame gen or lossless scaling to enable frame gen. It's a quite powerful system. A lot of people actually use it and enjoy it. I used it extensively for Cyberpunk because I cannot enable frame gen. Well, actually, didn't I use? No. For Cyberpunk, I use a different frame gen mod. Anyways, yeah, the lossless scaling does provide frame gen ability for GPUs that do not support frame gen. Now you still need to be mindful about your GPU usage and GPU VRAM. But I saw that lossless frame gen recently came out with Lossless frame gen came out with a performance mode, which says it significantly reduced the GPU usage and overhead for lossless scaling. So here's what I'm thinking. Auto FPS, the add-on mod for Microsoft Flight Simulator that I'm using, has compatibility support for lossless scaling. If I can run the game at a lower base FPS, but enable lossless scaling's frame gen, would that help with base game's usage of VRAM? Right? So which one's worse? The base game's usage of VRAM to maintain about 60 FPS, or 30 FPS base game frame rate plus lossless scaling's frame generation. That brings us up to 60 FPS. I wanted to try this. So, first of all, let's go back to our airport. Yesterday, we landed at DSLG Airport, Liangyang Haogu Airport. Liangyang Haogu Airport. I'm so sorry if I cannot pronounce this. It is quite difficult. Liao DSLG. SLG. There we go. It is quite rainy here in South Korea, and I think it's also rainy in China, which should be fun for us to fly in. But first of all, let's just get into the game and see how the system works out. So we should enter the game and then enable lossless scaling. Okay. In the game, so right now, seems fine. I'm going to enable lossless scaling. Now what this should do is bring down the base game's FPS. And potentially reduce GPU usage and overhead. Let's see. Now, the stream looks fine, right? Yeah, the stream also looks fine. Let's go ahead and fly this thing. I do see some struggle. I do see the game is struggling. Now, it is a bit difficult for me to manage the settings here because when you normally use lossless scaling, people use a frame rate limiter like RTSS, River Tuna Statistics Server. I used to have RTSS, but I got rid of it because it's when I first installed OBS and started trying to see how it would work with OBS, RTSS was causing problems with game capture, so I uninstalled it. Without RTSS, what I have is NVIDIA Control Center settings to limit Microsoft Flight Simulator to 60 FPS. So I'm not completely sure how this works with lossless frame gen and auto FPS. Let's reduce. Hold on. Did I enable GPU Z? No. I need GPU Z for auto FPS to manage my VRAM. My game did freeze. Now it's back. Okay, I just had to disable lossless frame gen. Let's try this again. Target FPS is lossless frame gen. DSLG. If this is too much of a hassle, I'll just turn it off and fly as we've been doing. Oh, it just spawns you in on the plane? Okay. I do see some stuttering. GPU 9 VRAM 2. I may need an external frame rate limiter for this to work properly. Or I could try something like this. NVIDIA max frame rate, something like 120. Alright, so no way in hell my base game can run 120. But if I do this with auto FPS and NVIDIA, okay. Would also like to see what my frame rates are. Raw FPS. There we go. So we go back into the game. So right now my FPS is now limited to 120 FPS, which I couldn't meet with my PC setup. I will turn on lossless frame gen. Okay, Definitely feels more than 60 FPS. Hold on. Hold on. Man, if this works. I'm mostly trying to do this to increase the base game's graphical fidelity, like better terrain LOD and better object LOD, both of which use a lot of VRAM and system RAM. If it's possible for me to maintain a decent FPS around 60, I don't even know if we want to go up to 120 like I'm trying right now, but if running the game at a lower base FPS and then using frame gen to increase it to an acceptable level, so that it leaves the PC more room to deal with higher terrain LOD and object LOD for Flight Simulator, that would be great. Let's see if it even works. It feels weirdly smooth. Like, I cannot tell if this is 120 FPS. So okay, so the number, okay, I have base frame rate of 50 FPS. Which means there's more than enough for lossless frame gen to bring it up to 120, like I had set in NVIDIA control panel. But that means the base game is struggling to maintain a decent, like 50, 55 FPS. So if I can limit the game's base FPS to 30 FPS while having lossless frame gen bring us up to 60. I think you guys are also seeing 60 FPS. I don't think you should be seeing 55. Okay. Okay, so I think what this means is in this flight, go back into NVIDIA control panel. We limit the game to 30 FPS. Right, which is below our base, below what our system can handle, even with auto FPS. So that should give our GPU some more headroom, right? Because the base game is being locked to 30 FPS. And what I need to do is go into lossless frame settings. Target FPS should be 60 here. Target FPS for auto FPS should also be 60. I may have to restart the game because I think the frame rate limit changes in NVIDIA controls might not be reflected, but we'll see. Okay, no. So limiting the game's FPS in NVIDIA control settings limits the entire game, I think? No way. Wait a minute. Put that again. Oh yeah, no. I have to restart my app. Okay, just indulge me for a second. The frame rate changes were not reflected in the game, so I gotta restart so that the game is now locked to 30 FPS. Generally speaking though, if you want to use frame gen, any sort of frame gen, so AMD, NVIDIA, or lossless scaling frame gen, for most games, you want at least 60 FPS native before you turn on frame gen. That's because for most games, if you have below 60 FPS, there might not be enough frames for the frame gen system to work with, right? Frame gen it's sort of like interpolation, right? The more frames you have to interpolate, the better the actual result will be. So if you're playing an FPS game, like a single player FPS game like Cyberpunk, having a base frame rate of like 80 is recommended. I think it was 80 or 90. Now you might be thinking, oh, isn't that high enough? No, for people who want to run that game at 140 FPS like myself, that's when you turn on frame gen. That way, having a higher base frame rate minimizes input latency and artifacting once you turn on frame gen. So we're just gonna try this. If this doesn't work out, I'll just I'll set it to 120 FPS. Actually, that seemed to work pretty well with 120 FPS set to auto FPS and lossless frame gen. Yep, the game is 30 FPS, most definitely 30 FPS. I don't want to download RTSS again to act as a frame limiter because I'm really worried it's going to mess up my OBS. So if this doesn't work, I'll just set it to 120 FPS, limit the game to 120 FPS, and just let auto FPS do what it's been doing all this time, which is managing the game's graphic settings so that it can match. I actually don't know how that works. Like, oh, nope, it works. It works. So, here's what's going on. Oh shit. Oh, I didn't set the thing properly. Okay. So this is 60 FPS using frame gen. My base game is locked at 30. But my game on my screen is running at 60. So there's 30 frames of frame gen. Now the question is, what are you guys seeing on the stream? Is it 30 FPS? Or is it 60? I don't know, it looks like 30 FPS. I see. I think the stream itself is getting frame pacing issues, which I don't think I saw when the game was set to whatchamacallit. Okay, one last time. Whoop. We'll now set the game at 120 FPS. And I gotta set lossless to 120. Because I think if I set it exactly at 60 FPS, OBS might not be getting enough frames for its capturing. I have no idea how any of this works. This is all very jank, right? I'm putting a lot of systems in place that might not be playing well with each other. But I do think when I had it to 120 FPS, the stream looked fine. And the game was actually running at 120 FPS for me. So let's see. If it's too weird, I'll just turn it off. It's not a big deal. But it really does make me wonder why Nvidia said frame gen doesn't work on older GPUs like the RTX 20 series when it does. Yeah, it might not work as well. You might run into VRAM issues in games like Cyberpunk. But like, if I wasn't streaming, I can run frame gen very reliably in Cyberpunk using the unofficial frame gen mod or lossless scaling, and the game runs really well. So kinda feels not true that older GPUs can't run frame gen. Kinda sounds like they were limiting a feature to newer GPUs so that people will be encouraged to buy them. If that were the case, I would just prefer it if Nvidia just said, hey, we want people to buy the new GPUs, so we're gonna limit the feature. Right? That feels a lot better than listening to what potentially might be a lie. Because frame gen does work on a 2080 Super, at least. It does feel like a lie. Yeah, can I have the plane running? Let's see. So lossless frame gen is on. My game is 120 FPS for sure. Let me check out what the stream looks like. Gonna whip my head around. So aside from, I do think I see a slight bit of juddering. Is that true? Let me hold my phone up while I look at the stream. Hold on. Look away from the stream if you get nauseous. No, my stream looks fine. It looks fine. VRAM, GPU, TLOD. What if I limit this to... Hold on. And flight. I know that it works, but I just want to see. I changed around some of the settings so that the auto FPS for Flight Simulator is now at lossless frame gen mode, that should target 30 FPS. Because if you want to use frame gen, you want your base game frames to be as stable as possible, which is another thing, right? If you're using frame gen, you want to lock. That's why you use a frame rate limiter. You want to lock the base game's frames to be as stable as possible, like the minimum amount. You do not want to see like even 1 or 5, like even like 2 or 3 frames to dip, because that affects your frame gen. I mean, I wonder if there's a way for me to so the game itself doesn't have a frame rate limiter. You have to turn on VSync, and what it does is you can do half of your monitor refresh rate. I don't know why the game doesn't let you just like choose. Most games actually have a frame rate limiter built in that's independent of VRAM. That setting doesn't even work, I think. So okay, my monitor is 144 frames. So is it taking the 144 and doing the 33% out of the 144? Or is it doing 33% of my current application frame rate, which is 120 FPS, limited by the NVIDIA control panel?
Searching for greatness in a sea of the dying and shameless, a sea of the aimless. I don't want to be one of the nameless. I'ma wake up with the mindset that one day I'm gonna make it, and I don't think I'll be fine if I don't break my limitations. Don't try to stop me, I exist to write my own story. I'll make a decision if I want some peace or if I want the glory. Yeah, don't want a life that is complacent or possibly boring.
I think it's taking my 144 frames.
My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me.
So my base game is now, I think it's a little bit confused.
Be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah,
My base game is running at 48 frames per second. On stream, it looks like
this is a statement to appreciate all that is vacant. It's just for the
it looks somewhere around 60.
I'm never complacent. I would work in a mansion or basement, yeah. There's no replacement for persistence, it's a patience, yeah. In this life, I wanna be soaring, to feel sun inside when it's pouring, and I'll fight till anxiety wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be.
It looks okay, right?
Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great.
I'm just so confused by
I don't really know what comes next. I'm just doing my best, even though I'm so stressed out. Everything just feels like a test that I fail, so depressed when I can't seem to get out. But something deep inside won't let me quit. I swear that I'm inspired by all this shit. Tell me that I can and I won't. That's what guides me the most. Fuck your lies, I'll do what I want. I'm inspired by thirst, I'm inspired by worth. I desire your worst, so you can just hide while I work. I ain't tired, you first. I'll write a second, third verse about the lies you go disperse. You never did shit, I know it hurts. Something deep inside won't let me quit. I swear that I'm inspired by all this shit. Tell me that I can and I won't. That's what guides me the most. Fuck your lies, I'll do what I want.
hold on. Let me take a look at the whatchamacallit, auto FPS settings.
Gotta focus on yourself, on your faith, on your dreams, on your mind, on your health, yeah. You gotta work, never tell, keep your head down, find what you love and excel, yeah. Push and pull and repel any hate, go create what you want, feel compelled, yeah. And once you finally get a taste of the race, you'll never look back once you felt that. Don't let somebody take your time and your worth, just focus on yourself first. Don't let somebody take your time and your worth, just focus on yourself first. Don't let somebody take your time and your worth, just focus on yourself first. Don't let somebody take your time and your worth, just focus on yourself first. Yo, I think about others way before myself, yeah. I guess that's why I feel like I go through hell, damn. Wasting time on your dreams instead of mine, yeah. About to turn this franchise around on a dime, man. It's all about finding your right state of mind. It's all about turning the worst into fine. It's all about time and the work and the climb. From the thirst we will rise, I'm immersed in this life. Don't let somebody take
Okay, so I do have to say, I want to know what the auto methods are. using an FPS cap or VSync for the same purpose, it is strongly recommended you use the FPS cap automation method. Available in expert mode. Okay.
Hey, I got something to say. I'm just so sick of hearing everyone complain. I know it's tough and I know there's pain, but hitting bottom is the only way to change. So I'll keep hustling, you keep struggling. Bitch, I'm humbling, keep mumbling. I'll keep doubling, you keep bluffing. You've got nothing, I'll keep hustling. I've seen a lot of people who don't know what work is. I've seen a lot of people who don't know what thirst is. I've had a taste of evil and tried to cure the sickness.
Okay. So my base game is locked at... It should be locked at 48 FPS by the in-game settings as well. What if we turn off frame rate limiter? And the game is running freely at... It goes to about 50, 56 frames per second. Which potentially introduces frame pacing issues because the base game's frame rate does fluctuate. Conversely, my VRAM issues are fine, so I'm not getting VRAM reductions in this mode, which is already a plus. It did say it needs to be set to frame rates active. You know what? You might not see a... You might not be seeing any changes on the stream actually, but my game is now 120 FPS and I'm actually not experiencing VRAM issues. So I think this is a go. Oh. Gonna end the play. Let's do a flight. You know what? Let's do a flight, see what happens. So let's now check that everything is how we want it. I believe yesterday the PC-12 was not the executive model. Maybe it doesn't matter. Okay. DSLG. There we are. I think we wanted to move more inland, so ZHHH.
I've been dreaming on in my head like I've seen it. A life worth living is a life with meaning. I'll do what I love till my heart stops beating. I'm feeding this demon. Got a taste, can't erase bitterness in my face. Work a job every day till your dreams fade away. Like a card, never change. Play the game, now we say.
Why do we have an initial? Let's go 9,000 initial. Or maybe not. It's fine. What in God's name is happening over here? Oh, we should be following the river. So it should give us a nice view of central China. It is a 500-mile journey. Okay. I think everything else should be good. This should be in pounds. Gonna generate.
Face on when I chase like that. Yeah, I play so strong with a knife in the back. I'ma swing home run like a baseball bat. Gonna see me rise if you hate on that. I don't play both sides, doing me no cap. I'm a ride or die for my dreams on tap. I'm
import route.
See me slack. No, it's not how you fall, it's how you get right back up. That's how you get tough. Calluses on my hands so rough. Yeah, I call your bluff. I'm not the one. Mess with me, come out with none. Cause I'm so done. You had your fun, and now you're gonna face down the barrel of the gun. Cause I got a full clip with your name on it. But I'ma let you slide cause you ain't worth it. Time staying strong, need to move on to be what I want. I'll keep dreaming on.
Not beyond the ATC.
Need to move on to be what I want. I'll keep dreaming
Beyond ATC connected.
Go. Ooh, I didn't think about this. The BATC window. Will that mess up the frame gen? Yes, it will, actually. And now it's fine. Okay.
Problems with me and the things I could be. I just wish I had seen. I feel this pain, you already know. Turn that to gains, let my money show. I've got these things that I can't let go. Watch me turn this life into something that you can never own. I feel this pain, you already know. Turn that to gains, let my money show. I've got these things.
Yeah, I don't think that was it. Hold on. 40.
So fight and die for the things you know you love. Do what you think is right, and see life do what you want. So fight and die for the things you know you love. Do what you think is right, and see life do what you want.
Okay, now it's kind of having issues with the frame rate. Why am I getting base frame rates of like 68? That's not right.
Yeah. Sometimes I get so mad, there's no control in me. My thoughts get so bad, I'm like, I might grab a bat, I don't know. My wrath, my blood boils over like, oh God, here goes. I lost all feeling from my head.
Why
to
is
my
it having
toes.
issues
There's
now?
some shit that I can't let go, so just stay tuned for the rest of the show. So have you ever felt betrayed? Switches how you see things. Realize something needs change. Cause I know you got me fucked up. Let me show you what's up. Cause enough is enough. I'll take a face full of pavement just to make a statement. I know there's no turning back. Oh God, adrenaline wasted. So mad I can taste it. I know there's no turning back. I'll do what it takes, I ain't making mistakes like that. I'll bleed on your face to make you go take it back. I'll lose my shit, I go crazy when I'm mad. And now you go wish you would shut the fuck up real bad. And now that I'm gone, yeah, I know there's no turning back. And now that I'm gone, yeah, I know there's no turning back.
Okay, this is weird. I get sudden frame spikes. Like, not frame drops, but frame spikes. Like, for like a second, the game goes up to like 70 or 80 FPS and then just drops down, causing stuttering. Very strange. Okay, it looks okay actually. Whoa. Whoa, look at that. Does it show up on the stream? How it kind of like warps in? That's the frame gen working. What did I do wrong? It's... Why is it less stable than it was just a moment ago? Oh my god, the game... This menu... The menu causes issues? Really? I think this is just how the base game handles it, I guess. When you open up the electronic flight book, it messes up the in-game's frame limiter. It's so funny. They really couldn't figure out how to limit the frame rate of the flight planner? So if I'm just like looking around, it's fine. Kind of. Okay, the base game's frame limiter doesn't work. That is so silly. This is very unreliable. What the fuck? Hold on. VOD watchers, just skip ahead to when I'm flying. Okay, this should be fine. This should be fine. probably save my flight plans. Oh, I think there's something wrong with the base game's like the game itself has issues with frame rate limiters. It like spikes up above 30 when I don't want it to. I think this will work better if you have an external frame rate limiter. Also, I think the OBS only captures 30 FPS. The base game's frame rate, which I don't think it should be doing. There is a setting in lossless frame gen that changes that so that it's more compatible with OBS. So right now it's stable, but the moment I bring up something like the EFB, it just like craps out. Because I think just the way the game has been designed, it messes up the frame pacing quite a bit. So unfortunately, I think I'll just go back to default settings. So going back to NVIDIA control panel and wait. Yeah, going back to NVIDIA control panel and then setting the game to 60 FPS. And just play the game normally. Unfortunately, yeah, because if you have RTSS, I bet it works a lot better when you're using a like an external frame rate limiter, because the game, it like temporarily defeats the frame rate limiter but from NVIDIA control panel. I don't know why it does that. I don't even know how that's possible, but I can see the base game's frame rate fluctuating above and below the frame rate limit. So that's what's screwing up the frame gen system. Plus, you guys can't, I think on stream, you guys were seeing 30 FPS, so that's not acceptable to me. You guys should be getting 60 FPS. Let me get some coffee. Jesus. Yeah. Everything should be back to normal. sure everything is set up. ATC.
Beyond ATC connected.
Wait. I thought I had to be in the game. Let's get ready to fly. Enough frame gen nonsense. I'll just use the base BATC menu. Tune into tower. Let's go 118 825. That's wrong.
Beyond
Radio is
ATC
on.
connected.
Charlie 69 radio check. Avionics are on. Close the app. Come on.
Beyond ATC connected.
There we go. Tune into ATIS on channel 2. 118425. No.
Eight. 5G notice in effect. Advice on initial contact you have information kilo.
Information kilo.
Yanyongan Waguashan Airport information kilo. 0132 Zulu. Landing and departing runway 03. Transition level 118. 5G notice in effect. Advice on initial contact you have information kilo. Yanyongan Waguashan Airport info.
Tower Charlie 69 with information kilo requesting IFR clearance as filed.
Charlie 69, Lianyongan Tower. Thanks for kilo. Expect runway 03. Roxo 9er Delta departure. With the Roxo transition. Squawk 0622.
Runway 03. Expect vessel 2 departure. Squawk 0622. Charlie 69.
Charlie 69, read back correct. Call me back when ready for start or taxi.
Affirmative, Charlie 69. Charlie 69 requesting startup only.
Charlie 69, startup approved. Call when ready for taxi.
We'll call you when ready. Charlie 69. Wait, what? Okay, that was
Beyond ATC connected.
a little hiccup with the systems. Charlie 69 with information kilo requesting IFR clearance as filed. Yeah, let's do that again.
Charlie 69, Yingyungdong Tower. Expect runway 03, Russell Niner 2 Delta departure with the Russell transition. Squawk 0301.
Runway 03. Rexel departure via Rexel transition. Squawk 0301. Charlie 69.
Charlie 69, read back correct. Call me back when ready for start or taxi.
Affirmative, Charlie 69. Oh, we don't have fuel. Okay, we got fuel. Charlie 69 requesting taxi to start, taxi to departure.
Charlie 69, runway 03 taxi via Tango 1, Echo, Alpha, Charlie.
Runway 03, taxi via Tango 1, Echo, Alpha, Charlie. Charlie 69.
Negative, taxi via Tango 1, Echo, Alpha, Charlie.
Taxi via Tango 1, Echo, Alpha, Charlie. That's Tango. Tango 1. I think this is different from what the BATC is. Echo. Yeah, I think it's different. So, oh. Okay, lights are set. I think everything is good to go. Two 708. Cargo is 0. 692. On SVS. Some reversed thrust action going. Instead of relying on the brakes, I'll just use the reverse thrusters. Howard, what's the QNH reading right now? Charlie 69.
Charlie 69, Tianhe QN H1002.
Affirmative, thank you. Okay, it's a lot more difficult than I thought it would be. I just use the brakes. Make this open anymore. Charlie 69 requesting takeoff.
Charlie 69, Nianyungdong Tower, runway 03, cleared for takeoff.
Runway 03, clear for takeoff. Charlie 69. Alright.
No takeoff. No takeoff.
I've heard that you're actually supposed to do this, right? Brakes, throttle to take off, and then you release. Initial climb to 1000.
Charlie 69, contact Nanchang Control 120.5. Bye-bye.
Control on 120.5. Charlie 69. Control Charlie 69 at 1,500 feet.
Charlie 69, Nanchang Control. Good morning. Identified. Climb to 1,000 feet.
Climbing to 1,000 feet. Charlie 69.
Air China 1817. Descend to flight level 118. Descend to flight level 118. Air China 1817.
Bank mode, and we are going to start cruising. Okay. Inertial separator should be turned off.
Charlie 69, climb to flight level 217.
Climb to flight level 217, Charlie 69.
Hainan 7603 Heavy, non-Chong control. Expect Season 21 Alpha, runway 36 right. Expect Season 21 Alpha, runway 36 right, Hainan 7603 Heavy.
How many airports over here? This will be a pretty lengthy flight. It's 500 miles. I will try and keep
Hainan 7603
in high
Heavy.
cruising
You are
altitude
assigned
so that
flight
we can
level
get maximum
270.
speed.
I show you at flight level 259. Climb to flight level 270. Wilco, climb to flight level 270. Hainan 7603 Heavy.
Why did it give me reset altitude select? What is altitude select?
On Airlines 9083, non-Chong control. Expect radar vectors, runway 22.
Expect radar vectors, runway 22 on Airlines 9083.
Oh shit, what's our transition level? Yeah, Faro set. Just standard. I think our transition level was 118. I think the airport did tell me.
But Airlines 9083, turn right, heading 035. Vectors for the approach.
Turn right, heading 035 on Airlines 9083.
Air China 4543 Heavy, non-Chong control. Expect Season 21 Alpha, runway 36 right.
Expect Station 21 Alpha, runway 36 right, Air China 4543 Heavy.
Air China 1501 Heavy, non-Chong control. Expect Season 21 Alpha, runway 36 right. Expect Season 21 Alpha, runway 36 right. Air China 1501 Heavy. But Airlines 9083, contact Yantai approach 120.85.
Contact Yantai approach 120.85 on Airlines 9083.
Air China 4579, non-Chong control.
Yeah,
Expect ILS 01 Alpha,
266
runway
knots of
06.
true airspeed.
Expect
We got some
ILS
good
01
visibility. The
Alpha,
clouds aren't
runway
as crazy
06.
as it was
Air China
yesterday.
4579.
Air China 4515 Heavy, non-Chong control. Expect Season 21 Alpha, runway 36 right.
Expect Station 21 Alpha, runway 36 right, Air China 4515 Heavy.
China Eastern 5273, non-Chong control. Expect Season 21 Alpha, runway 36 right.
We should be good, so let's turn down the volume for the radio.
Expect Station 21 Alpha, runway 36 right, China Eastern 5273.
High 6581, non-Chong control. Expect IGRET 01 Alpha, runway 06.
I'll keep my ear open for callouts to me, but we should be good. I like this route because the game, SimBrief already gave us a route. It kind of lets us follow the river, which might be cool to see. Still have a ways to go until we
Expect NO11 Alpha,
get near the river itself.
China Eastern 5278.
Yeah, we are. Excuse me.
China Eastern 5278, turn right, heading 290, climb to flight level 275.
We are moving towards central China. I don't know which part of China is considered central. I'm assuming this area. But yeah, we are headed up towards the mountains. Once we reach over there, I'm gonna try and make my way up down to the coast around here, and then we'll make a quick hop over to Taiwan.
China Eastern 6157.
Air Junior 1232, non-Chong control. Expect Station 01 Alpha, runway 35 left.
We don't have a lot of traffic.
Expect Station 01 Alpha, runway 35 left, Air Junior 1232.
Lots and lots of farms.
Descend to flight level 080. Descend to flight level 080. Air China 1501 Heavy. Chongqing 2379.
We are using 411 pounds of fuel. per hour.
Contact Hangzhou approach 127.7, Chongqing 2379.
And I believe that gives us 6 hours of flight time.
China Eastern 5815. Contact Shanghai approach 128.05.
Contact Shanghai approach 128.05. China Eastern 5815.
Hainan 7861. Turn left. Heading 290. Climb to flight level 220.
Turn left, heading to 90. Climb to flight level 220. Hainan 7861.
We are not quite at
2259.
anyone. Okay.
Expect IGRAD 01 Alpha. Runway 06.
Expect IGRAD 01 Alpha, runway 06, United Eagle 2259.
Air Junior 1236. Turn right. Heading 290. Climb to flight level 250.
Let's climb a little bit more. I don't know why we stopped below our altitude level.
1236.
Just climb slowly because I don't want to lose too much speed.
Air China 1817. Descend to flight level 098.
Are we at maximum altitude?
Descend to flight
For our
level
plane?
098. Air China 1817. Hainan 7603.
No, our max altitude is 30,000 feet, so I don't know why.
Descend to flight level 080, Hainan 7603 Heavy.
Air Junior 2014. Non-Chong control. Expect dispatch 11 Alpha. Runway 21. Expect dispatch 11 Alpha. Runway 21. Air Junior 2014. Air China 1817. Contact Nanjing approach 126.55. Contact Nanjing approach 126.55. Air China 1817. Non-Chong control. China Eastern 2408. Flight level 174.
I wonder why they separated the river into two
03 heavy. Contact Shanghai approach 128.05.
streams. Right?
Contact Shanghai approach
They created two streams
128.05. China Southern
with some land in the middle. I don't know why they did that. What is the point of doing that?
Air China 4553. Non-Chong control. Expect IGRAD 01 Alpha. Runway 06.
Expect IGRAD 01 Alpha, runway 06, Air China 4553.
Shaman Air 8086. Non-Chong control. Expect over 12. Runway 24. Expect over 12. Runway 24. Shaman Air 8086. China Eastern 2408. Non-Chong control. Identified.
Okay, we should be approaching our cruising altitude now.
You were assigned flight level 220. I show you at flight level 207. Climb to flight level 220. Roger. Climb to flight level 220. Shaman Air 8086. China Eastern 2239. Turn right. Heading 290.
Turn right, heading to 90. China Eastern 2239.
Good.
Hainan 7861. Non-Chong control. Expect IGRAD
Clear
01
skies.
Runway 06.
We are coming up on a pretty big lake.
Expect IGRAD 01 Alpha, runway 06, Hainan 7861.
Air China 180. Contact Beijing control 120.35. Center on 120.35. Air China 180. Bye bye.
runway 36 right. Ready for descent. Air China 4543 Heavy.
Air China 4543 Heavy. Descend to 8,000 feet. QNH1004.
Okay, I want to find out what this lake is.
Descend to 8,000 feet. Air
Time to
China
open up Google
4543
Maps and
Heavy.
Wikipedia.
SH18928. Contact Wuhan Control 11.
Opening up the browser immediately caused VRAM issues.
Center
Lol.
on 118.9er. Affliction 18928.
China
Ah,
Eastern 6449.
yeah.
Non-Chong Control. Expect radar vectors. Runway 22.
Oh yeah, apparently I missed like a controversy with Wikipedia. Very recently, I believe this was about like a week or two ago.
China Eastern 52.
People, the Wikipedia Foundation. So Wikipedia is a non-profit. It is maintained by a non-profit organization. However, Wikipedia Foundation announced a test, like a test version of a LLM
Descend to 8,000 feet. China Eastern.
created summaries of like Wikipedia pages. I'm not exactly sure what that was about, but it caused an uproar among Wikipedia editors and contributors because the whole point of Wikipedia, right? It's so that it can be a community sourced encyclopedia for everyone.
Air China 4515 Heavy. Descend to
But if you start introducing chatbots into it, which is just going to automatically generate a bunch of nonsense into its entries, I think a lot of it does come back to this idea that knowledge and information is meant to be communicated between human beings.
High 6581. 01 Alpha. Runway 06.
And
Report ready for descent.
sure, humans make mistakes. Humans can also deceive people by spreading misinformation. They might have inaccurate information, so on and so forth. But even when that happens, it's still another person that's making that mistake or doing something in bad faith. When a chatbot does it, like, I kind of think it's your fault for reading something that a chatbot created in the first place. You can't even get mad. So, yeah, apparently Wikipedia editors were very concerned that it was going to erode whatever, what little trust there were between the public and Wikipedia editors. And so they were like, hell no. Keep LLMs out of Wikipedia. At least, like, not in a way. If you use LLMs to do something else, right? Maybe formatting. Right. Or you use LLMs to do some basic, like, grammar checks or syntax fixes, like something to do more with fixing issues. But when you start using it to like create actual entries and information that Wikipedia will present as part of its like encyclopedia, I do think that's a problem. Like, I don't mind people using LLM chatbots to do some basic like editing, grammar checks, using it as a more advanced thesaurus or a dictionary. I think that's perfectly fine, and I think that's where the recent chatbots are quite good at anyways.
Shaman Air 8086. Move for 12. Runway 24. Report ready for descent.
But using it as a way to write entries in an encyclopedia as a source of information, I think it's just fundamental. Like, it doesn't work with Wikipedia in what it's supposed to be. I get it. I can see why people were upset. And I think it makes a lot of sense for the editors to push back against introducing LLMs into Wikipedia. The moment Wikipedia does that, it's no longer Wikipedia. It's just ChatGPT, because if you start using LLMs to like make information entries, why won't people just use the actual chatbots and get information from them? Like, Google Gemini, ChatGPT, Anthropic. Oh, hold on. I keep forgetting. Is it Anthropic?
Descend to 6,000 feet. Engine now 2014.
Anthropic is the company.
Chong control. Long Air 8871. At 11 Alpha. Flight level 236.
And Cloud is the actual model name. Okay. So what's the one with Amazon? The one that Bezos uses? Was it Perplexity? Yeah, it's Perplexity. AI powered search engines. Yeah, so like what's the point of Wikipedia using LLMs to make Wikipedia entries with if people can just go to those actual services like ChatGPT, Perplexity, Cloud, Perplexity, Gemini, Copilot. Although I think Copilot just uses ChatGPT. Anyways.
Assign flight level 330. I show you at flight level 319. Climb to flight level 330.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. Like, so I do think the editors are right to oppose any sort of use of LLMs to like make entries themselves. If Wikipedia wants to use like LLMs to, let's say, standardize the formatting of all these entry pages, right? So using it to like clean up source formats or potentially like fix grammatical errors, I think that's fine, as long as the editors are in charge and monitoring what is being changed. But yeah, I didn't know that Wikipedia was considering using LLMs. It sounds really dumb. Anyways, let's look at maps.
China Southern 3651. Non-Chong control. Expect status 01 Alpha. Runway 35 left.
Expect station 01 Alpha. Runway 35
We just passed Huayan. And this lake here is the Hongzi Lake.
Air China 451.
Hongzi Lake.
Contact Pingdong. Approach 128.05.
Contact Pudong approach 128.05. Air China 4515 heavy.
Let's learn about Hongzi Lake.
Channel 7425. Contact Nanjing. Approach 126.55.
Hongze Lake, previously known as Lake Hongze or Hongse, is the fifth largest freshwater lake in China. Although it is known to have existed from antiquity, it drastically increased in size during the Qing when the Yellow River, then still flowing south of Shandong, merged with the Huai. The increased sediment and flow combined to greatly expand the lake, swallowing the previous regional center of Xizhou and the Mingzuling tombs. During the imperial and republican periods, the lake formed part of the border between Jiangsu and Anhui provinces, but since 1955 the previous borders have been shifted to place it entirely under Jiangsu's administration. It is now encompassed
This
by the
lake right
counties
here.
of Xihong and Xiyang in Suqian Prefecture and Shui and Hongze in Huaiyan Prefecture. Since the establishment of the People's Republic of China, the lake has generally decreased in size as more of its inflow has been diverted for irrigation. Geography.
Oh, that's
Hongze
sad.
Lake reaches an area of about
The
3
lake is
million
dying.
mu when its depth reaches 12.5 meters, 41 feet, making it the second largest freshwater lake in Jiangsu and the fourth or fifth largest in the country, behind Lakes Poyang, Dongting, Tai, and Huluan. Hongze Lake's meandering shoreline usually runs around 365 kilometers, 227 miles. History.
Roger. We'll head direct egress then resume on navigation Hainan 7861. Thanks.
China Southern 3655. Non-Chong control. Expect Lugan 22 Alpha. Runway 25. 5465. Nanchang control. Expect Lapin 01 Alpha. Runway 03.
History. The area that now forms Hongze Lake was an inlet of the East China Sea about 2 million years ago before being closed in by sediment from the Huai and other nearby rivers. In Chinese antiquity, the area formed a number of shallow lakes collectively known as Fuling. Other nearby lakes at the time that later merged into Hongze were Nijuan and Wanjia. The hegemon Fuchai of Wu constructed the Han or Hongou Canal Hango, connecting the lake system with Yangzhou and the Yangtze Delta in 486 BC to improve the supply lines of his army in conflicts with Qi. Under the Han, Fuling was renamed Pofo Pond. Acting as part of Lu Bu's faction, the Guangling administrator Qin Deng completed the first part of the Gaojia or Gao Jian, around the year Jianan 5, around AD 200, a massive 30-li embankment intended to protect nearby farmland and the Hongou Canal and nearby settlements and farmland from floods of the Huai. Under the sway, the Hongou Canal and lake were connected to other waterways north and south to create the Grand Canal. During an inspection tour in 616, Emperor Yang renamed Pofu Hongze in his delight at the rain that greeted his arrival there, the rest of the countryside having suffered a drought. When it further expanded under the Tang, it became known as Hongze Lake. A massive flood of the Yellow River redirected it south of Shandong in 1128 or 1194, following the course of the sea to join the Huai below Huayin. The silt from the Yellow River began to obstruct the flow of the Huai and started to expand Hongze still farther, ultimately quadrupling its original size. During this period, it became an important fishery and center of irrigated cropland. It still forms the origin point of the North Jiangsu Main Irrigation Canal. Under the Yuan, the course of the Grand Canal in the area was straightened to circumvent the lake. The map of the Huai and Yellow Rivers flowing around Xizhou and the Ming Zuling into Hongze Lake, from the Siku Quanshu edition of Pan Jishuan's Overview of River Management. Both Xizhou and the Choom were entirely submerged beneath Hongze Lake during a subsequent flood in 1680. Under the Hongwu Emperor, the first emperor of the Ming dynasty, the Ming Zuling garment tomb was built near the regional center Xizhou to honor his ancestors, whom he posthumously elevated to imperial status. Under his son the Yongle Emperor, the Gaojia Weir was further expanded, in part to protect the site. In Wanli 7, c. 1579, Han Jishuan enlarged and reinforced the weir with stone along its then 40 to 42 kilometers, 25 to 26 miles, of length. His mismanagement of the area's difficult hydrology allowed Xizhou to flood and threatened the tombs, leading to his demotion and dismissal. By the Qing, the Yellow River had built up enough silt that it changed course again to merge with earlier tributaries of the Huai. In Kangxi 16, circa 1677, the Viceroy of Rivers Jin Fu 1633 to 1692, extended the embankments from Zhouqiao to Jiangba. A few years later in 1680, the increased silting produced enlarged Hongze Lake so much that it entirely consumed Xizhou and the Ming Zuling. The Kangxi and Qianlong emperors continued the expansion and reinforcement of the Gaojia Weir, reaching 67 to 70 kilometers, 42 to 43 miles, and completing the modern Hongze Lake embankment. Altogether, from Wanli 3, circa 1575 to Xianfeng 5, circa 1855, the Gaojia Weir and Hongze embankment burst 140 times, involving breaches in 300 different sections. During the worst breaches, the lake level fell as much as 10 meters, 33
Oh
feet.
shit. 10
On one
meters.
occasion in the 19th century, the Daoguang Emperor held the Jiangnan River Supervisor Zhang Wenhao Zhang Wenhao, d. 1836, in chains at the repair site for a month during repairs necessitated by his mismanagement of when the dams need to be closed and opened. He was then dismissed to serve in the Xinjiang Border Guards. For their part, local people made prayers and offerings to 9 dragons Jiolong, near Zhouqiao for protection. The temple was lost in a flood. In the early 1850s, the massive floods of the Yellow River that occasioned the Taiping Rebellion restored the Yellow River entirely to its northern course, finally removing its inflow and siltation from the lake. Under the People's Republic of China, Counties in Anhui that bordered the lake were ceded to Jiangsu in 1955 to allow unified administration of the lake. By the early 1960s, its water level had dropped enough that the stone statues of the Ming Zuling Sacred Way were again visible along the shoreline. After the end of the Cultural Revolution, the provincial and national cultural preservation authorities excavated and restored the tombs, ultimately erecting a new 2,700 meters, 1.7 miles, embankment to protect it from any further flooding. In 1966, 1976, and 1985, the Hongze embankment itself was reinforced and improved with more modern engineering and materials, particularly with additional barriers to break up the force of the rivers and lakes' waves against the levees. References. Citations. Jump up to 8.
Wow.
China Eastern 2239. Climb to flight level 360. Vectors for Hangzhou Airport.
Climb to flight level 360. China Eastern 2239.
China Southern 6451. Non-Chong control. Expect over 12. Runway 24.
I don't know why there are so many POIs up ahead, but maybe it's like a city or something?
Contact Pudong approach 128.05. China Eastern 5273.
High 6581. Descend to flight level 07. Descend to flight level 079er. High 6581. China Eastern 7720. Turn right. Heading 210. Turn right. Heading 210. China Eastern 7720. China Eastern 7381 heavy. Contact Wuhan Control 118.9er.
Center on 118.9er. China Eastern 7381 heavy.
Air China 2845. You are assigned flight level 275. I show you at flight level 262. Climb to flight level 275.
Roger. Climb to flight level 275. Air China 2845.
It looks like a pretty big city, actually.
Descend to flight level
What is that?
Descend to flight level 09H. Xiaoman Air 8086. Air Spring 6825. Descend to flight level 079er. Descend to flight level 079er. Air Spring 6825.
Oh, it's Nanjing.
Xiaoman Air 8086. Contact Nanjing approach 126.
Ooh, this is gonna be a pretty sad Wikipedia entry.
Contact Nanjing approach 126.55. Xiaoman Air 8086.
Yep, we are approaching Nanjing.
81. Contact Hangzhou approach 127.7. Contact Hangzhou approach
Nanjing or
127.7.
Nanking is the capital of Jiangsu, a province in East China. The city, which is located in the southwestern corner of the province, has 11 districts, an administrative area of 6,600 square kilometers, 2,500 square miles, and as of 2021 a population of 9,423,400. Situated in the Yangtze River Delta, Nanjing has a prominent place in Chinese history and culture, having served as the capital of various Chinese dynasties, kingdoms, and republican governments dating from the 3rd century to 1949, and has thus long been a major center of culture, education, research, politics, economy, transport networks, and tourism, being the home to one of the world's largest inland ports. The city is also one of the 15 sub-provincial cities in the People's Republic of China's administrative structure, enjoying jurisdictional and economic autonomy only slightly less than that of a province. It has also been awarded the title of 2008 Habitat Scroll of Honor of China, Special UN Habitat Scroll of Honor Award, and
Expect radar vectors. Runway 22.
National
China
Civilized-
Eastern 5509.
Continue Wikipedia.
Civilized city. Nanjing is also considered a beta, global second tier, city classification, together with Chongqing, Hangzhou, and Tianjin by the Globalization and World Cities Research Network, and ranked as one of the world's top 100 cities in the Global Financial Centers Index. As of 2021, Nanjing has 68 institutions of higher learning, including 13 double first-class universities, 10 111 plan universities, 8 211 universities, and 97 academies. Nanjing University, which has a long history, is among the world's top 20 universities ranked by the Nature Index. The ratio of college students to the total population ranks number 1 among large cities nationwide. Nanjing has the 5th largest scientific research output of any city in the world. As of 2024, it has been ranked as the world's 2nd most prolific scientific research center in earth and environmental sciences, and the world's 3rd most prolific scientific research center in chemistry and physical sciences, according to the Nature Index. Nanjing, one of the nation's most important cities for over 1,000 years, is recognized as one of the 4 great ancient capitals of China. It has been one of the world's largest cities, enjoying peace and prosperity despite various wars and disasters. Nanjing served as the capital of Eastern Wu, 229 to 280, one of the 3 major states in the Three Kingdoms period, the Eastern Jin and each of the southern dynasties, Lu Song, Southern Qi, Liang and Chen, which successively ruled southern China from 317 to 589, the Southern Tang, 937 to 75, one of the 10 kingdoms, the Ming Dynasty when, for the first time, all of China was ruled from the city, 1368 to 1421, and the Republic of China under the nationalist Kuomintang, 1927 to 37, 1946 to 49, before its flight to Taiwan by Chiang Kai-shek during the Chinese Civil War. The city also served as the seat of the rebel Taiping Heavenly Kingdom, 1853 to 64, and the Japanese puppet regime of Wang Jingwei, 1940 to 45, during the Second Sino-Japanese War. It suffered many notable devastating atrocities in both conflicts, most notably the Nanjing Massacre from late 1937 to early 1938. Nanjing became the capital city of Jiangsu Province in 1952, after serving as a direct administered municipality from 1949 to 1952 following the establishment of the People's Republic of China. It has many important heritage sites, including the Presidential Palace, Sun Yat-sen Mausoleum and Ming Shaoling Mausoleum.
Yat-sen has a mausoleum?
Nanjing is famous for human historical landscapes, mountains and waters such as Fuzimio, Ming Palace, Chatian Palace, Porcelain Tower, Drum Tower, Stone City, City Wall, Qinhuai River, Xuanwu Lake, and Purple Mountain. Key cultural facilities include Nanjing Library, Nanjing Museum, and Jiangsu Art Museum. Names. The city has a number of other names, and some historical names are now used as names of districts of the city. The city was known as Wuchang and Jinling, or Jinling, from...
Okay, the name thing is gonna confuse me more. Early history.
Early history. Purple Mountain, or Zijinshan, located to the east of the walled city of Nanjing, is the origin of the nickname Jinling. The water in the front is Xuanwu Lake. Archaeological discovery shows that the so-called Nanjing man lived more than 500,000 years ago. Zun, a kind of wine vessel, were found to exist in Baiyinyanging culture of Nanjing about 5,000 years ago. About 7,000 years ago, there was an agricultural civilization in the area that is now Chixia. In the Jiangning district, ruins of primitive villages from the Neolithic age were discovered. About 4,000 years ago, dense Bronze Age primitive settlements appeared in the Qinhuai River Basin, labeled as the Hushu culture. The earliest cities in Nanjing were formed around these settlements. Due to the volume of archaeological finds in the area related to the Taowu and Hushu cultures, many historians, anthropologists, and archaeologists frequent the Nanjing area. Hushu culture developed into Wu culture under the influence of the Shang and Zhou, who encroached from Central Plains. From the traditions, Taiwo of Zhou came to Jiangnan and established the state of Wu during the 12th century BC. In 571 BC, the state of Chu established Tongyi in Liuhe. This is the oldest extant administrative establishment in Nanjing. As of 2025, it has a history 2,596 years long. In 541, Wu built Laizhou town in Gaochun. Because of its strong city, it was also called Guqing. Fu Chai, king of the state of Wu, founded a fort named Yeqing in today's Nanjing area in 495 BC. Wu was conquered by the state of Yu in 473 BC, and the city was rebuilt at the mouth of the Qinhua River in the following year. Later it was called Yuechang, on the outskirts of the present-day Zhonghua Gate, which was the beginning of the construction of the main city of Nanjing. In 333 BC, Chu defeated Yu and built Jinling Yi on in the western part of Nanjing. It was the earliest administrative construction in the main city of Nanjing. The name of Jinling comes from this. In 210 BC, the first emperor of Qin visited the east and changed Jinling city to Moling. The area was successively part of
It's got a long history.
Air China 4553. Descend to
Holy
flight
shit,
level
this city has a very long Wikipedia entry.
Descend to flight level 079.
Let's just go to
China 4553.
geography.
Nanjing, with a total land area of 6,598 square kilometers, 2,548 square miles, is situated in the heartland of the drainage area of the lower reaches of the Yangtze River, and in the Yangtze River Delta, one of the largest economic zones of China. The Yangtze River flows past the west side and then the north side of Nanjing City, while the Ningjing Ridge surrounds the north, east and south sides of the city. The city is 650 kilometers, 400 miles, southeast of Luoyang, 900 kilometers, 560 miles, south-southeast of Beijing, 270 kilometers, 170 miles, west-northwest of Shanghai, and 1,200 kilometers, 750 miles, east-northeast of Chongqing. The Yangtze flows downstream from Jiajiang, Jiangxi, through Anhui and Jiangsu to the East China Sea. The northern part of the lower Yangtze drainage basin is the Huai River Basin and the southern part is the Zhe River Basin. They are connected by the Grand Canal east of Nanjing. The area around Nanjing is called Shajiang, downstream river, region, with Jianghuai dominant in the northern part and Jiangxia dominant in the southern part. The region is also well known as Dongnan, southeast, the southeast, and Jiangnan, and River South, south of Yangtze. Nanjing borders Yangzhou to the northeast, Zhenjiang to the east, and Changzhou to the southeast. On its western boundary is Anhui, where Nanjing borders 5 prefecture-level cities: Chuzhou to the northwest, Wuhu, Chaohu, and Mianshan to the west, and Xuanqing to the southwest.
It reminds me, the city that we are looking at right now is no longer Nanjing, I think?
Hangzhou approach 127.7. Contact Hangzhou approach 127.7, Air China 1706. China Eastern 555.
City to our left, Manshan.
Runway 35 left.
Yeah, that is Manshan, south of Nanjing.
Runway 35 left. China Eastern 5557.
China Eastern 5497.
Manshan.
Control. Expect station 01 Alpha. Runway 35 left.
Expect station 01 Alpha. Runway 35 left. China Eastern 5497.
Lucky Air 9887 Heavy, non-chong control. Expect season 21 Alpha, runway 36 right.
So Manshan, it's MAA.
Right. Lucky Air 9887 Heavy.
Non-chong control, 75318, flight level 350.
Manshan.
Airspring 6825. Contact Shanghai approach 128.05.
Contact Shanghai approach 128.05.
Manshan is a prefecture-level city in the eastern part of Anhui Province in eastern China. Its aliases include Taiping, Steel City, and Poetry City. An industrial city stretching across the Yangtze River, Ma'anshan borders
Oh,
Hefei
that's
to
the
the
Yangtze
west,
River, okay.
Wuhu to the southwest, and Nanjing to the east. It is a satellite city in the Nanjing metropolitan area and is also a city in the Yangtze River Delta Economic Zone.
Radar contact.
As of the 2020 census, Ma'anshan was home to 2,159,930 inhabitants, of whom 1,253,960 lived in the built-up, or metro, area made of Huashan and Yushan urban districts and Dangta County, which is largely urbanized.
China Eastern 6157. You are assigned flight level 245.
One can notice that Ma'anshan is
Climb to flight level 245.
Wilco, climb to flight level 245. China Eastern 6157.
I thought ATC was calling me. Okay.
Ma'anshan is now being conurbated with Nanjing, making a combined built-up area of 8,419,252 inhabitants. After the August 2011 administrative re-regionalization of Anhui Province, its population rose to 2.16 million, as 2 additional counties, He and Hansan, were placed under its administration. The prefecture-level city of Ma'anshan administers 6 county-level divisions.
China Eastern 5557. Descend to flight level 079er.
Descend to flight level 079er. China Eastern.
Surrounded by low hills, the name of the city means Horse Saddle Mountain. Ma'anshan is not as polluted
Horse
as other
Saddle
major
Mountain.
Chinese steelmaking cities, thanks to the environmental policies taken by the local government that granted the city the recognition as one of the 10 green cities of China. It has a northern subtropical humid monsoon climate with
Whoa,
obvious
FPS
monsoons
drop.
for distinct seasons, warm and humid climate, and rain and heat in the same season. Its climate is similar to other cities in the Yangtze River Delta, with lower humidity that makes its summers and winters less extreme. There are frequent showers during July and August. Kaisha Rock, a famous ancient battlefield from the Jin-Isong Wars lying to the southwest of the city, is regarded as the best of 3 rocks that project over the Yangtze River. Taibai Pavilion is one of 4 famous pavilions along the Yangtze River. Kaisha Scenic Area is a national tourism spot with a combination of natural and cultural attractions. Show. Climate data for Ma'anshan, elevation 80 meters, 260 feet, 1991 to 2020 normals, extremes 1981 present.
China Southern 6451. Descend to flight level 098.
Economy.
Level 098. China Southern 6451.
The main industry is the steel industry, Magang, which employs much of the workforce of Ma'anshan. At present, 2005, major expansions of the steel plant are underway to increase production drastically. With the advanced manufacturing infrastructure and fast transportation link, Ma'anshan has received much investment in many industries. Ma'anshan City has an annual manufacturer investment ranking number 1 in Anhui Province, and her GDP ranks number 4 in Anhui Province after Hefei, Anqing, and Wuhu. Ma'anshan's population ranks number 16 in the province and has a GDP per capita of $7,118, which is number 1 in Anhui Province and near the average of Yangtze River Delta. Manshan has been identified by the Economist Intelligence Unit in the November 2010 Access China White Paper as a member of the CHAMPS, Chongqing, Hefei, Anshan, Mianshan, Pingdingshan, and Shenyang, an economic profile of the top 20 emerging cities in China. Transportation. The deep-water river port of Mianshan, with custom offices, ensures fast and inexpensive transportation to other cities both in the East Coast and the inner cities along the Yangtze River. Nanjing Lukou International Airport is 40 kilometers, 25 miles from Mianshan, with direct flights to every corner of China and also daily flights to Europe. By road, Mianshan is connected with highways to Nanjing, Shanghai, Hangzhou, Ningbo, Hefei, and Wuhu. The city has one Yangtze River crossing. The Mianshan Yangtze River Bridge, opened in 2013, enables direct road access to cities in northern Anhui. As of 2020, plans are
China Eastern 5674, Nanchang Control. Expect
Cool.
901 Alpha, runway 34 right.
Wait, local products.
Expect men 01 Alpha,
local products.
runway 34 right.
Hengwang Mountain Rice Wine. Hengwangshan rice wine
Rice
has a
wine.
long history, dating back to the Jin and Tang dynasties. According to historical records, the current Hengwangshan rice wine originated in the Qing period. Hengwang Mountain rice wine, brewed by ancient methods, is exquisite. In 2013, Hengwangshan rice wine brewing skills were announced as the fourth batch of Municipal Intangible Cultural Heritage Protection list by the Moncheon Municipal Government. Baoang Wind Fish. When Wind Fish was founded, the exact age is no longer available. There is a saying that in the late Qing dynasty, an outsider was involved in the management of fishing in the Shirjiu Lake area of Baoang. Since there were a lot of bream fish, and they could not be refrigerated in that era, he created a way to dry the fish for long-term preservation. It was recognized as a national green food in 2008. Tihushan Antler. Tihu Mountain Antler is a special product of Taihu Mountain, Hansan County, Mianshan City, Anhui Province. It is produced in Taihu Mountain Deer Farm. Antler is a precious medicinal material, which has the functions of invigorating arteries, producing essence, and strengthening bones. It is divided into 6.
Nope.
To 7,900 feet, Q1H1004. Descend to 7,900 feet, China Eastern 6157.
Probably Cow Lake. I believe this is Chow Lake. And located next to Chow Lake, right at the tip, is Hefei. It's a city. Hefei City. Let's look at Chow Lake.
Lucky Air 9887 heavy, station 21 Alpha, runway 36 right. Report ready for descent. Station 21 Alpha, runway 36 right, ready for descent. Lucky Air 9887 heavy. Lucky Air 9887 heavy, descend to 8,000 feet, Q1H1004.
Chow Lake, Chinese, also known by its Chinese name Chao Hu, is a lake wholly situated in Hefei, the capital of
Yeah,
Anhui
this is a
Province.
Chow Lake.
It is the largest lake in Anhui and one of the 5 major freshwater lakes in China. Mythology. According to legend, the site of the lake was once a prosperous city named Chaozhou. Because of sins of its people, it was cursed by the heavens and ordered to be destroyed by flooding. The task was to be carried out by a white dragon, who was only able to find one good person, an old lady, Lao in Chinese, surnamed Jiao. After the destruction of Chaozhou, only the old lady and her daughter were saved. They became the 2 islands emerging from the lake.
What?
This legend may be rooted in geological history, since Lake Chao is on the intersection of several major faults, of which the most famous is the Tanlu Fault, which caused the great 1976 Tangshan earthquake in its northern section. Tourism. Tourist
Oh,
sites
shit.
around the lake
There
include
is an
Mushan
island.
Island, Zhongmiao Temple, Tongyang River, Mount Yinping, and the Immortals Cave.
That's an
The
island.
silverfish,
I wanna
shrimps,
see one,
and
though.
crabs of Lake Chao are called the 3 treasures. As such, the lake is nicknamed the land of fish and rice. Pollution and
Okay,
rehabilitation.
first of all, we gotta stop with these like mythologies of, you know, the heavens judging a city and then just fucking committing genocide. We gotta stop that. Mm-mm.
Landing 01 Alpha, runway 34 right, China Southern 6533.
In the Bible, there's Sodom and Gomorrah.
7720.
In China, there's this fucking Lake Chao.
Expect Rural Game 22 Alpha, runway 25, China Eastern 7720.
Why do people gotta be so morbid and judgmental?
801. Contact Pudong, approach 128.05. Contact Pudong, approach 128.05.
Anyways, let's continue.
Rehabilitation. About 5 million people live near the lake and use it for irrigation, transportation, and fishing. Heavy use since the 1990s led to eutrophication and silting. Due to China's rapid
That's
economic
the island.
growth, the lake became one of China's most polluted.
Apparently, it's like one of the.
View of Mushroom
It's either
Island
the
from the
old
North
lady.
Shore.
It symbolizes either the
For
old lady
government
or
authorities,
her daughter.
cleanup of the lake has
I
been
don't
a
know where
top
the other
priority.
island is.
The Chinese government
But there were
borrowed from the
two
Asian
islands
Development
in this
Bank a
lake.
$250 million loan in 2011 to fund
Oh, I see it.
investments in
I see it.
traditional environmental infrastructure, such as sewerage networks, wastewater treatment
Like a
plants,
small
and solid
dot
waste
over
management,
here.
along with policy changes like discouraging use of chemical fertilizer among area farmers. According to an ADB press release in 2015, the program to clean up the lake has been successful based on strong and consistent political leadership, integrated planning and analysis, effective management structures, and financial engineering. See also Chaohu Lake Archaeological Sites. Notes. Carat before the 20th century, its romanizations also included and/or.
What about the city above it? Haifei?
7,000 feet, QNH1005. Descend to 7,000 feet, Hainan 7587.
Capital of Anhui.
Air China 2833, descend to flight level 079er.
Hefei is the capital of Anhui, China.
Air China
A
2833.
prefecture-level city, it is the political, economic, and cultural center of Anhui. Its population was 9,369,881 as of the 2020 census. Its built-up, or metro, area is made up of 4 urban districts plus Feidong, Feishi, and Chongfeng counties being urbanized, and was home to 7,754,481 inhabitants.
To flight level 079.
Located in the central portion of the province, it borders Huainan to the north, Chuzhou to the northeast, Wuhu to the southeast, Tongling to the south, Anqing to the
should be on
southwest,
the
and
right.
Luan to the west. A natural hub of
Yeah.
communications, Hefei is situated to the north
Okay.
of Chao Lake and stands on a low saddle crossing the northeastern extension of the Debi Mountains,
Hefei.
which forms the divide between the Huai and Yangtze rivers. The present-day city dates from the Song dynasty. Before World War II, Hefei remained essentially an administrative center and the regional market for the fertile plain to the south. It has gone through a growth in infrastructure in recent years. Hefei is the location of experimental advanced superconducting tokamak, an experimental superconducting tokamak magnetic fusion energy reactor.
Oh, they have a
Hefei is a
tokamak.
leading world city
Oh, they
for
have a tokamak
scientific
fusion
research,
reactor.
ranking
Okay.
it 13th globally, 8th in the Asia-Pacific, and 6th in China, behind Beijing, Shanghai, Nanjing,
The super
Guangzhou, and Wu.
tokamak reactor that was supposed to be built by the ITER, the International Tokamak Energy Research Organization. I remember reading about the ITER and their tokamak research reactor that's being built in France. I think it was supposed to, like, originally it was supposed to be it was supposed to finish construction by 2022 or something, and then it just kept getting delayed again and again. And I think they had problems with one specific part of the reactor. Like, there were manufacturing issues with like a very important part of the reactor, and it took them like a couple of years, or probably several years, to work that out. I only recently read an update about the tokamak reactor in France, saying that they finally figured out how to manufacture that critical component, and now the overall facility is being built. It's being built out now, so that research facility should be up and running pretty soon? Question mark. Yeah, for those of you who might not know about nuclear fusion research, there are multiple ways to attempt nuclear fusion for power generation. One of the more popular, or I guess conventional ways to do it was using what's called a tokamak fusion reactor. It's essentially a donut-shaped reactor that uses electromagnetic fields to condense and pressurize plasma into a very small area within the reactor. So the pressure and the heat would ideally cause a nuclear fusion reaction, which would then hopefully produce enough net energy output to use as electricity, right? To use in a steam turbine. So it would, once you get the fusion reaction, it's basically like a normal fission reactor. You use the excess heat to produce steam or really hot water like gas, and then use that to power turbines, which would then generate electricity. Now the tokamak reactors, bunch of nations have built tokamak reactors around the world. So South Korea has one, France has one, the British I believe have one, the Chinese have I think they have several. I think the Russians might also have one. I can't tell. So there's like there are a decent number of tokamak nuclear fusion reactors already built around the world. But the problem is, we don't know under which specific conditions a energy producing fusion reaction would occur with a tokamak reactor. So the reactors are built all over the world. We just don't know what the settings are supposed to be. From my very plebeian understanding of the issue, that's what it sounds like, right? They don't know the settings. They might need to make modifications if they find out that, oh, the devices that we already built might not be able to do the fusion reaction. But so in order to figure out the settings, all of these countries with research teams that were working on tokamak fusion reaction banded together under the International Tokamak Energy Research Organization. It's either an ITER agency or an ITER organization. ITER is an international organization, and it helps coordinate all of these research teams across the world that are working on tokamak fusion reactions. And what they decided to do was to build a super reactor in France, because France is all about nuclear power. And what this super reactor is supposed to do is help the scientists figure out the precise settings under which a net positive power generating fusion reaction will occur inside a tokamak reactor. This project has been ongoing for a very long time, I believe since the early 2010s. And that facility still isn't complete. So they still have to build out the facility, which means that they haven't even begun testing for the right settings. But it is widely considered our best chance at figuring out commercially viable nuclear fusion power generators. Now, there is a major competitor to the ITER, or the tokamak design, and that is the laser-based fusion reactor by the American National Ignition Lab. National Ignition Lab or National. Fuck it, I forgot. Anyways, there's an American there's an American government agency that researches lasers and nuclear reactors, and they have a research team that is working towards creating a laser-based nuclear fusion reactor. So in a tokamak design, you have a large donut-shaped ring that uses electromagnetic fields to concentrate the plasma into a very small area, right? In a small ring inside the donut. Instead of doing that, because that has a lot of problems of its own, which the ITR organization is trying to figure out. The American research team thought, why don't we just use a small pellet, a pellet that contains the reaction fuels, and then we put that pellet inside a reactor, and then we shoot a really powerful laser at it, momentarily creating such intense pressure and heat within the capsule, the pellet, that will create a nuclear fusion reaction. So the National Ignition Lab, I believe that is the actual lab that is conducting these tests. They have actually proceeded with their research. I believe a couple of years ago. It might have been last year. No, it wasn't last year. I think it was like a couple of years ago. They did manage to create a successful nuclear fusion reaction using this method. So there's a pellet made up of special materials and specially constructed. Inside the pellet are nuclear fusion materials. I believe they are using tritium. I could be wrong. Most fusion fuels that will be used are deuterium and tritium materials, I believe. It's a deuterium tritium fusion, probably. And so they did manage to get fusion reaction going. I believe they said it was close to the net energy inputted, or I could be wrong. Someone got very close. Like one of the research projects got really close to almost net positive energy cost. So that means for a fusion reactor to be a viable power generating source, like a power source, you need the reaction itself has to output more energy than the energy that it took to create that fusion reaction. I can't remember if it was the National Ignition Lab that achieved close to net zero. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe all they did was achieve fusion reaction itself, but not net zero. Anyways, they are getting pretty close. And so that's also another exciting part of nuclear fusion research. But the nuclear fusion like field itself, like I've been reading about this since I was like 14 years old. It's very slow going. ITER, they really didn't meet their project timelines, and so considering that ITER hasn't even begun testing the fusion conditions at their super research center in France, and the fact that the National Ignition Lab still hasn't really managed to create a fusion reaction with close or positive power generation, or close to net zero or above net zero, like power. What the fuck is it called? When you have net positive power generation. You know what I mean. They still haven't managed to reliably create more power out of a fusion reaction than the amount of energy that went into it. But so fusion reaction, it's a pipe dream. It's not complete science fiction, but there's still so much stuff to discover and unlock about how to achieve stable fusion reactions with either a tokamak design or the pellet laser design. That viable commercial is like, I think people still think commercialization might be possible by 2050. Maybe in 2050. But even then, once you have nuclear fusion, it's not going to be the mainstay of power generation for most economies. One, it's super expensive to build a tokamak reactor or a laser-based reactor. It's going to be a very centralized government-led project and government-maintained because it's a huge facility. It needs to be in the right place, so it still uses water, right? You need water or some other liquid or like some other form of a what's the correct terminology? Like you need to heat up something, and then you gotta use that heat to power a turbine, like a gas turbine or a steam turbine. And then you gotta generate electricity. So you do need probably large bodies of water. So it's gotta be built near a coastline, probably. It's gonna be super expensive. There won't be a lot of people who have expertise in nuclear fusion. So you need to train nuclear scientists and engineers to maintain the facility. So it's gonna be one of those. It's going to be very similar to the nuclear fission reactors that we have around the world right now, which are heavily guarded, maintained, and supervised by usually the government entities. Very expensive to build and maintain, and it's going to be not like it's not. It will be helpful for a lot of countries, but not for everyone. But where nuclear fusion can shine is acting as a backstop. Like acting as a buffer, like a backup power source for a renewable energy portfolio, right? So one of the problems with wind energy generation and solar power generation, or geothermal and tidal power generation, all of these have different fluctuating levels of power generation over the course of a day, or the month, or the year. But with a national power grid, you need somewhat stable levels of power generation in order to keep the grid stable. One way to fix it will be to create like a energy bank, like using battery banks or using a reservoir. So with the excess energy production, you pump water into a reservoir somewhere higher up, and then when there isn't enough energy, you let the water fall down the elevation, and you use that to power up something like an artificial dam, essentially. When you have excess power, you use that excess power to pump water uphill, and then when there's not enough power, you let the water flow down, powering a hydroelectric generator. So there are different ways, but all of that is what you would call energy storage, right? You're storing excess energy so that when renewable energy sources are fluctuating, like there's not enough wind, there's not enough sunlight, blah blah blah, you can use that to kind of offset the power levels, right? The insufficient power levels. However, energy storage technology is still expensive, and you might still run into a problem where you might not have stored enough energy to supply a temporary shortage in electricity, right? So maybe you unfortunately had like a very, very rainy season, like a couple of months, where there weren't a lot of sunlight, so so your power generators didn't have. What the fuck is this? Traffic.
005. Descend to 4,900 feet, QNH 1005, China Southern 5803. China Southern 5302. Contact Wuhan Control 118.9er.
What the fuck just happened?
Center on 118.9er, China Southern 5302. China
Oh.
Eastern 5283, Shinshu 11 Alpha, runway 13. Report ready for descent. Shinshu 11 Alpha, runway 13, ready for descent.
Why is
China
there a
Eastern
plane
5283.
directly below me? What the fuck?
China Eastern 5283, descend to 4,900 feet, QNH1005.
Yo.
Descend to 4,900 feet, China Eastern 5283.
Oh shit.
Non-Chong control, airspace 8917.
Look at this fucker.
Flight level 300. Airspace 8917, non-Chong control, identified.
Non-Chong Control, China Eastern 5105, flight level 255.
Charlie 69, traffic in sight. 11 o'clock from my position.
Non-Chong Control, China Eastern 5468 Heavy, good day, flight level 320.
Did I get a warning for that?
China Eastern 5105, non-Chong control, radar contact. China Eastern 5468 Heavy, non-Chong control, identified. Charlie 69, traffic at your 11 o'clock is China Southern 3258, Airvisor 319er, cruising at 22,500 feet, squawk 0103.
Non-Chong Control, China Eastern 2151, descending via
Yeah, that was-
Alpha, flight level 227.
China Eastern 2151, non-Chong control, identified.
I mean, I would have liked a bit of warning, but I guess I wasn't. I looked at the communication log, and it said they didn't tell me anything. So I thought we crashed for a second because I felt my plane kind of like
Turn right, heading
jump a little bit.
Climb to flight level 175. Turn right, heading 005. Climb to flight level 175.
Anyways,
Shenzhen Air 911.
what the fuck was I talking about? Oh yeah. So nuclear fusion power is
019. Descend to flight level 079er.
nuclear fusion power is considered to be a good way to address potential fluctuations in a renewable energy portfolio. So
China Eastern
instead of relying on energy storage like a large grid battery storage bank or other forms of energy storage to account for fluctuating energy production levels from renewable sources,
Shanghai Air 817.
you can use
Non-Chong
nuclear
control,
fusion
radar contact.
because nuclear fusion is it produces a relatively stable amount of electricity constantly.
Non-Chong control, China Eastern 5425.
Currently, what people do is they use natural gas generators. So if you haven't noticed, in a lot of European countries and a lot of countries around the world, after the Fukushima incident in 2014, I believe, was it 2014?
China Southern 8879. Non-Chong control.
Maybe it was 2014. Okay. After the Fukushima incident, a lot of nations around the world actually stopped planning the construction of nuclear fusion reactors because something traumatic happened yet again with nuclear fission reactors. But in places where renewable energy sources were being invested as a way to replace coal power or gas power generators, like Germany, not having nuclear fission reactors was a problem, because even as of today, creating large-scale energy storage facilities are quite expensive. So you do need some form of a backstop, like a backstop power source to offset the fluctuating energy levels. So what Germany and not only Germany, but pretty much everywhere around the world, what they did was they shut down fission reactors, or they stopped constructing more fission reactors, nuclear fission reactors, and they started to use natural gas generators. So if you look at Germany, Germany did increase the ratio of renewable energy sources into their national energy portfolio by a considerable amount over the past decade. But what they also did, but what also happened was Germany uses more natural gas now than they did before. So their overall use of natural gas, like fossil fuel sources, which natural gas is a part of that, didn't decrease at all, like didn't decrease as much as we would all want it to, because in the end they are using more and more natural gas because they don't have a surefire way of stabilizing the power grid when using a lot of renewable energy sources. Charlie 69, go ahead. Okay, we gotta focus on the approach now.
Charlie 69, non-Chong control.
Control, this is Charlie 69. Go ahead.
Charlie 69, non-Chong control.
Oh, they're mad. Okay. Contact control on 118.9. Charlie 69.
Hainan 7693, contact Guangzhou control 118.905.
Charlie 69 at flight level 217.
Charlie 69, Wuhan Control, radar contact.
Charlie 69 ready for descent.
Charlie 69, Shishui 2 Alpha, runway 22, descend to flight level 120.
Issue 2 Alpha, runway 22, flight level 120, Charlie 69.
Negative, descend to flight level 120.
Descending to flight level 120, Charlie 69.
Air Junior 1686, turn left, heading to A5.
Turn left, heading 285, Air Junior 1686.
Shandong 1151, contact Guangzhou control 118.95. Have a good day. Contact Guangzhou control 118.95. Shandong 1151, have a good day.
So yeah, I mean, if you don't want to use natural gas, if you don't want to use nuclear fission, that's where nuclear fusion could be very useful. It's not meant to replace most forms of energy production. I think
climb to flight level 130.
that's an unrealistic expectation to have, because these facilities, if they ever become viable, commercially viable, they're going to be huge, they're going to be complex, they're going to be very expensive to build. So it's only going to be acting as a backup power source for a renewable energy focused national grid. That's where nuclear fusion can be very useful.
Wuhan control, China Eastern 5425.
But that's
flight level
very
300.
far away in the future. Like 2050, the
China Eastern
estimated
545,
time,
control.
the
Identified.
estimated timeline for commercially viable nuclear fusion is 2050. I
China
think that might
Eastern
be
6612,
too
contact
optimistic,
non-control
honestly.
120
Since we don't
decimal
even know, the scientists don't even know under what conditions nuclear fusion might be stable enough and energy efficient enough to be commercially viable. So I don't know. They'll continue to research on it. Oh.
Airspring 6856, contact non-chunk control 120 decimal 5.
Contact non-chunk control 120 decimal 5. Airspring 6856.
What is my approach procedure? Charlie 69. What is my approach procedure?
Charlie 69, your approach procedure is ILSY22 with transition Huang P46.
Say again, Charlie 69. ILS 22 what?
Charlie 69, readability file.
Charlie 69, can you say my approach procedure again?
Charlie 69, your approach procedure is ILSY22 with transition Huang P46.
Oh, how do real pilots understand all of this? ILS Yankee 22 with transition DHP.
China Southern 678 Heavy, contact Guangzhou Control 118 decimal 95. Center on 118 decimal 95, China Southern 678 Heavy. Wuhan Control, China Southern 832, good day.
Transition
Flight level
DHP
225.
46.
China Southern 8832, Wuhan Control, radar contact.
Yeah, I don't see DHP 46 transition in my computer.
Airspring 6568, contact non-chunk control 120 decimal 5.
Wait, hold on. Oh, it's not the start transition, it's the approach
Center on
transition.
120 decimal 5. Airspring 6568.
Oh, okay. Yeah, ILS Yankee, DHP 46, and no star transition. Unless I choose... Isn't this star?
United Eagle
XSH?
6673, contact non-chunk control 120 decimal 5. Contact non-chunk control 120 decimal 5. United Eagle 6673. Have a good day. Wuhan Control, China Southern 6311. Good day. Flight level 105. China Southern 6311. Wuhan Control, radar contact. Shaman Air 8478. Contact non-chunk control 120 decimal 5. Center on 120 decimal 5. Diamond 8478.
Yeah, but it is nice to see the scientists are still working hard on nuclear fusion reactors. It's going to be a very long, arduous process of figuring out how to make it viable.
Center on 120 decimal 5. China Southern 8235.
ATIS is 126.2.
China Southern 3814. Contact non-Chang control 120.5. Contact non-Chang control 120.5. China Southern 3814.
Landing runway 22. Departing runways 22, 23 right. Transition level 118. Temporary flight
Shenzhen
restrictions are in effect for 10.
Contact Guangzhou control
Advise on initial contact you
118.95.
have information Zulu.
Information Zulu.
Center on 118.905. Shenzhen Airport information Zulu. 0309 Zulu. Wind 200 at 5. Temperature 34. Dew point 26. QNH 1002. VFR condition.
QNH 1002.
Landing runway 22. Departing runway
China
22,
Southern 8596.
23 right.
Contact non-Chang control
Transition level 118.
120.5.
Temporary flight restrictions are in effect for Tianhe. Center on 120.5 China Southern 8596.
Let's turn that off.
Wuhan Control, Scooter 187 Heavy, flight level 105.
This is an
Scooter 187 Heavy.
ILS
Wuhan
procedure.
control. Radar contact.
Let's make sure we have the correct.
Shenzhen 1335. Contact Guangzhou control 118.95.
ILS Yankee 23, right?
On 118.905, Shenzhen 1335.
.5.
Hainan 7153. Contact Guangzhou control 118.95. Center on 118.95. Hainan 7153.
Wuhan Control, China Eastern 5676. Good day. Flight level 146.
China Eastern 5676. Wuhan control. Identified. Climb to flight level 210.
Climb to flight level 210. China Eastern 5676.
China Eastern 5391. Contact Guangzhou control 118.95.
Center on 118.905. China Eastern 5391. Bye-bye.
Okay, let's go to nav 1.
For high 6487. Contact non-Chang control 120.5.
Center on 120.5. Go high 6487. Bye-bye.
Charlie 69, you're off course. Clear direct DHD24. Resume on navigation.
Clear direct DHP46. Resuming on navigation. Charlie 69. Let's reduce our altitude. I think it's because we missed the transition. The transition waypoint. Why is the terrain LOD like 400 right now? The heck?
Wuhan Control, China Eastern 9765. Good day. Flight level 140.
Charlie 69, contact Wuhan approach 126.3.
Say again, Charlie 69.
Charlie 69, contact Wuhan approach 126.3.
Approach on 126.3, Charlie 69.
Negative, Wuhan approach on 126.3.
Approach on 126.3, Charlie 69.
China Eastern 9765, Wuhan Control, radar contact. China Southern 3000 Heavy, contact Guangzhou Control 118.95.
Approach Charlie 69 with information Zulu at altitude 5,500 feet.
Charlie 69 Wuhan approach. Good day. QNH1002. Expect the ILS Yankee runway 22 with the DHP 46 transition.
Ah, shit. QNH 1002, expect ILS Yankee 22 with the DHP 46 transition, Charlie 69.
Charlie 69, cleared direct DHP 46. Cross DHP 46 at or above 3,900 feet. Cleared ILS Yankee runway 22.
Clear direct DHP 46, cross DHP 46 at or above 3,900. Cleared ILS Yankee 22, Charlie 69. Go 150 knots. Okay, coming in for the landing. Charlie 69 established on approach.
Charlie 69, affirm.
Here's my vertical guidance. Vertical guidance is armed. Thunderstorm. That's 953 altitude, okay. So I guess it is armed? Man, this is always, it always confuses me. VNav and the way the glide path activates, it's always confusing.
Charlie 69, contact Wuhan Tower 124.35. Bye-bye.
Tower on 124.35, Charlie 69. Tower Charlie 69 at 2,700 feet, approaching runway 22.
Charlie 69, Wuhan Tower, runway 22 cleared to land.
Cleared to land, runway 22, Charlie 69. Wheels down. I definitely need to figure out what the safe speed is for putting down the wheels. I think it's already, I think that info is in the checklist. I just have to make sure. Music? Come on. Maybe this is not the best time to do this.
Capital Jet 5627, ready to go. Runway 22. Capital Jet 5627, hold short of 22. Affirmative, hold short of 22 for traffic. Capital Jet 5627.
Okay, we have very stable speed. All flaps extended. A little more juice. Let's stall.
Autopilot.
Capital Jet 5627. Runway 22. Line up and wait.
Yo, that was the smoothest landing
Line
so
up and
far.
wait.
No
Runway 22.
takeoff.
Capital Jet 5627. Charlie 69. Exit left at Alpha.
Exit left at Alpha. Charlie 69. Exit left?
Charlie 69. Contact ground 121.7.
Contact ground 121.7. Charlie 69.
Negative. Ground on 121.7.
Ground on 121.7. I'm confused. Why would I exit left? Charlie 69 requesting taxi to ramp.
Charlie 69, welcome to Teta Airport. Say parking or advise if need assignment.
Any ramp will do. Charlie 69.
Charlie 69, ramp 70, taxi at pilot's discretion.
Ramp 70, taxi at pilot's discretion. Charlie 69.
Air China 8198. Request taxi.
Air China 8198, runway 22 taxi via Alpha.
Maybe I
Alright,
misheard that
we'll
guy.
taxi to runway 22 via Alpha.
It
Air
was
China
exit
8198.
right, not left. Yeah, that was a nice little flight from I forgot where we started off from. But we did visit Nanjing. We followed up the Yangtze River. Now we are in central part of China. Going to make our way to our designated ramp. We're gonna refuel. And I think we'll just immediately take off again. This is not the way.
Air China 8198. Contact Wuhan Tower 124.35. Bye-bye. Contact Tower 124.35. Air China 8198.
On. I'm gonna get the feel for this reverse thruster while I'm taxiing.
SH1 3343, ramp 5 tree, request pushback.
SH1 3343. Wuhan ground. Pushback and engine start approved. Face northeast.
Pushback and engine start approved. Face northeast. SH1 3343.
road am I supposed to follow here?
SH-13343, ready to taxi to be active.
SH-13343, runway 22 taxi via Alpha.
Nice. We made it.
Runway 22 taxi via Alpha, SH-1.
Nice. So load up our aircraft. Let's immediately get a flight plan going. Before I do, let me go take a piss. Need a pee. And I also need more coffee. So I'll be right back.
beyond ATC connected.
Departing runways 22, 23 right. Transition level 118. Advise on initial contact. You have information Yankee. Tianha Airport information Yankee. 0407 Zulu. Wind 200 at 5. Temperature tree 4. Dew point 26. QNH 1002. VFR conditions. Landing runway 22. Departing runways 22, 23 right. Transition level 118. Advise on initial contact. You have information Yankee.
Oh my god, my mic was off. Fuck. I need a better way to make sure that my mic is not off. When I leave to go to the bathroom, I mute my mic just in case. But I always forget to like turn it back on. Anyways, we are making our way back to the coastline. And we're just gonna take off immediately. We fueled up. We are ready to go. I feel like a dumbass for not having my mic on. Okay. Charlie 69 with information Yankee requesting IFR clearance.
Charlie 69, Wuhan delivery. We show no IFR clearance on file.
Fuck.
Charlie 69, request IF for clearance to Changle Airport.
Charlie 69, Wuhan delivery. Expect runway 22, Shishui 2 Bravo departure. Squawk 5256.
See you again, Charlie 69.
Negative, squawk 5256.
Runway 22, Shishui transition, squawk 5256, Charlie 69.
Charlie 69, read back correct. Contact ground 121.7 when ready for start or taxi.
Contact ground on 121.7 when ready. Charlie 69. Go to transponder and 5, 5, 5, 5. Five two five six. One two one seven for ground. Zero zero two. Bishwa 2 Bravo. We should not be on localizer mode, so we should be on FMS, navigation, ground, Charlie 69, requesting a taxi to departure runway.
Charlie 69, runway 22 taxi via Alpha.
Runway 22, taxi via Alpha, Charlie 69. Were my flaps down this entire time? Whoopsie. Airport map is a really nice feature. I wish the base game had it.
Charlie 69. Contact Wuhan Tower 124.35.
Tower on 124.35, Charlie 69. Tower, Charlie 69 with information Yankee requesting takeoff at runway 22.
Charlie 69, Wuhan Tower, runway 22, cleared for takeoff.
Runway 22 clear for takeoff, Charlie 69. Flaps, trims. Lining up. Oh, I gotta remember to turn on the inertial separator when I'm landing or taking off. Final check. Trims, flaps, navigation is set up. Yep, okay. I think we're good to go. Lights. Throttle to takeoff in 3, 2, 1.
Wuhan Tower, China Southern 6176, ILS Yankee runway 22.
China Southern 6176, Wuhan Tower, continue.
Roger, China Southern 6176.
Charlie 69, contact Wuhan departure 121.2.
Autopilot.
Departure on 121.2, Charlie 69. Did he even give me an altitude?
China Southern 6176, runway 22 cleared to land.
I think I was supposed to check that out in...
Runway 22 cleared to land, China Southern 6176.
The vertical flight control is on. The 1.2. Departure Charlie 69 at 3,400 feet.
Charlie 69, Wuhan departure. Identified. Climb to flight level 120.
Climbing to flight level 120, Charlie 69.
Be advised, information Zulu now current. QNH1001.
QNH1001. Off inertial separator, turn off landing light. Now we are in the climbing phase. I think we're going to get flight level 210 or somewhere near that number again.
Charlie 69, contact Wuhan Control 118.9er.
Control on 118.9er. Control on 118.9er. Charlie 69. Control Charlie 69 at 10,200 feet.
Charlie 69, Wuhan Control, identified, climb to flight level 250.
Climbing to flight level 250, Charlie 69. Yep, we're gonna get 250.
China Eastern 5286, Wuhan Control, expect middle 01 Alpha, runway 15.
Okay, we should be fine. I am going
Expect middle
to
01 Alpha, runway 15.
turn down the volume. I got a BRB for a sec, like 10-15 minutes.
Express wind 708 heavy.
I'm going to leave the game running.
120.5.
And you guys can enjoy the view.
0.5. Express wind 708 heavy.
I think this should be good enough, right? Yep. Okay. I'll BRB.
1003. Descend to 6,000 feet. QNH 1003. China Eastern 5286. Control, Shandong 4863, descending by Shishui 2 Alpha, flight level 120. Shandong 4863, Wuhan Control, identified. Shandong 4885, contact Guangzhou Control, 118.905.
Center on 118.905, Shandong 4885. Have a good day.
Air Junior 1218, turn right, heading 285. Turn right, heading 285, Air Junior 1218. Air China 8504, turn left, heading 285. Turn left, heading 285, Air China 8504. Shanghai Air 9396, contact Nanchang Control, 120.5, bye-bye.
Contact Nanchang Control 120.5, Shanghai Air 9396.
Cabin.
Shandong 1187, contact Guangzhou Control, 118.905.
Contact Guangzhou Control 118.905, Shandong 1187.
Air Spring at 902, turn left, heading 275, climb to flight level 265, vectors for Pudong. Turn left, heading 275, climb to flight level 265, Air Spring 8902. Hainan 7250, contact Guangzhou Control, 118.905. Contact Guangzhou Control 118.905, Hainan 7250.
Cabin.
Air Junior 1218, climb to flight level 250. Vectors from the airport. Climb to flight level 250, Air Junior 1218. Jet 961. Contact Guangzhou Control 118.905.
Center on 118.905. Via Jet 961.
China Eastern 5286. Contact non-ground control 120.5. Center on 120.5. China Eastern 5286. Wuhan Control, West China 6369, flight level 265. West China 6369, Wuhan Control, identified. Air China 1760. Contact non-ground control 120.5. Center on 120.5. Air China 1760. Bye-bye. China 78765. You were assigned flight level 130. I show you at flight level 140. Descend to flight level 130. Roger. Descend to flight level 130. China 78765. Shenzhen 9138. Contact Guangzhou Control 118.905. Center on 118.905. Shenzhen 9138. Shenzhen 9988. Contact Nanchang Control 120.5.
Contact Nongchang Control 120.5, Shenzhen at 9988.
West China 6319. Contact Guangzhou Control 118.905. Contact Guangzhou Control 118.905. West China 6319. Bye bye. China Eastern 6564. Contact Nanchang Control 120.5. Contact Nanchang Control 120.5. China Eastern 6564. Capital Jet 5692. Contact Nanchang Control 120.5. Contact Nanchang Control 120.5. Capital Jet 5692. Shanghai Air 9410. Contact Nanchang Control 120.5. Center on 120.5. Shanghai Air 9410. Lunar 810. Contact Nanchang Control 120.5. Bye bye.
Center on 120.5, long air 8810.
Wuhan Control, China Eastern 9361. Good day. To 7,400 feet for 10,000 feet. China Eastern 9361. Wuhan Control, identified. Climb to 11,500 feet. QNH1001. Climb to 11,500 feet. QNH1001. China Eastern 9361. Shanghai Air 9346. Contact Nanchang Control 120.5. Center on 120.5. 120 heavy. Contact non-charm control 120.5. Bye-bye.
Contact non-charm control 120.5. Express wind 700 heavy. Have a good day.
Shandong 4863. Descend to 5,000 feet. QNH 1001. Descend to 5,000 feet. QNH 1001. Shandong 4863. Kiva 102 heavy. Contact non-charm control 120.5. Contact non-charm control 120.5. QA 102 heavy. Bye-bye. Shandong 4863. Contact Wuhan approach 126.3. Contact Wuhan approach 126.3. Shandong 4863. Shandong 8964. Turn left, heading 035. Expect further clearance in about 28 miles.
Turn left, heading 035, Shenzhen Air 8964.
Shandong 8964. Clear direct Choom. Resume mode navigation.
Roger, heading direct Tomo, then resume all navigation Shenzhen Air 8964. Thanks.
Asiana 744 heavy. Contact non-charm control 120.5.
Contact non-charm control 120.5. Asiana 744 heavy. Wuhan control. Capital Jet 5138. Flight level 310.
Capital Jet 5138. Wuhan control. Radar contact. China Eastern 5174. Contact non-charm approach 123.85. Contact non-charm approach 123.85. China Eastern 5174. Sandy 5317. Contact non-charm control 120.5. Contact non-charm control 120.5. Sandy 5317. Hainan 7805 heavy. Contact Guangzhou control 118.95. level 905, Hainan 7805 Heavy. Shenzhen 9568, Wuhan Control. Expect Lagan 22 Alpha, runway 25.
Expect Lugang 22 Alpha, runway 25, Shenzhen Air 9568.
China Eastern 5805, contact Nanchang Control 120.5.
Contact Nanchang Control 120.5, China Eastern 5805. Bye-bye. Wuhan Control, China Southern 3024. Good day. Flight level 275.
China Southern 3024, Wuhan Control. Identified. Continue climb to flight level 290.
Continue climb to flight level 290, China Southern 3024.
Air China 8504, contact Nanchang Control 120.5. Contact Nanchang Control 120.5, Air China 8504. Bye-bye. Wuhan Control, Air Junior 2011, flight level 110. Air Junior 2011, Wuhan Control, identified. Air China 4517, contact Nanchang Control 120.5. Contact Nanchang Control 120.5, Air China 4517. Shenzhen 8964, contact Nanchang Control 120.5.
Center on 120.5, Shenzhen Air 8964.
Shenzhen 9568, descend to flight level 160.
Descend to flight level 160, Shenzhen Air 9568.
Wuhan Control, Xiamen Air 8834, flight level 220.
Xiamen Air 834, Wuhan Control, identified. Wuhan Control, Giant Ibis 911, good day, flight level 350. Giant Ibis 911, Wuhan Control, radar contact. Wuhan Control, Thai Asia 571, through 7,200 feet for 10,000 feet. Thai Asia 571, Wuhan Control, good day, radar contact, climb to 10,500 feet, QNH 1001. 471. West China 6547. Contact Hefei approach 124.45.
Contact Hefei approach 124.45. West China 6547.
Diameter 8152. Contact Nanchang control 120.5. Center on 120.5. Diameter 8152. Have a good day. Sichuan 3111 heavy. Contact Guangzhou control 118.905.
Contact Guangzhou control 118.905. SI-Chuan 3111 heavy.
Air Junior 1246. Contact Nanchang control 120.5. Bye-bye. Contact Nanchang control 120.5. Air Junior 1246. Charlie 69. Contact Nanchang control 120.5. Bye-bye.
Hello? Oh god. Sorry about that. Took me a while to come back. Oh.
Charlie 69. Contact Nanchang control 120.5. Bye-bye.
Did I make it just, like, literally just in time? Control on 120.5. Charlie 69. Yeah, I had to eat lunch with my family. It took longer than expected.
Wuhan control. China Eastern 2409. Flight level 255. China Eastern 2409. Wuhan control. Identified.
Wuhan control. Shanghai Air 9457. Flight level 320.
Control Charlie 69 at flight level 250.
Chongqing 2188, Nanchang control, identified. Xiaoman Air 8059, Nanchang control, expect Indigo 901 Alpha, runway 07. Expect Indigo 901 Alpha, runway 07, Xiaoman Air 8059. Charlie 69, Nanchang control, radar contact.
Why are we so slow?
Chongqing 2188, contact Wuhan control 118.9er, bye-bye. Contact Wuhan control 118.9er, Chongqing 2188.
What happened to our cruising speed?
China Eastern 6564, Nanchang control, expect IGRAD 01 Alpha, runway 06. Expect IGRAD 01 Alpha, runway
Oh, barrow
06,
set.
China Eastern 6564.
Well, I hope you guys enjoyed the
United Eagle
view.
2292, contact Guangzhou
shit, where the
control
hell are we?
118.905.
Center on 118.905. United Eagle 2292. Bye-bye.
So this is the Yangtze. We are on the southern riverway. Okay. We're going back up to cruising speed.
Nanchang control, China Eastern 9361, 11,500 feet.
Let me just quickly
China
check
Eastern 9361, Nanchang
our
control,
destination
radar contact.
airport.
Long Air 8810, Nanchang control, expect IGRAD 01 Alpha, runway 06.
Expect IGRAD 01 Alpha, runway 06, Long Air 8810.
Shanghai Air 9410, climb to flight level 350, vectors for Pudong Airport. Climb to flight level 350, Shanghai Air 9410. Shanghai Air 9396, Season 31 Alpha, runway 18 left. Report ready for descent.
Season 31 Alpha, runway 18 left, ready for descent. Shanghai Air 9396.
Shanghai Air 9396, descend to 7,000 feet, Q1H1004.
Descend to 7,000 feet, Shanghai Air 9396.
Shanghai Air 9333, contact Guangzhou Control 118.905. Center on 118.905, Shanghai Air 9333. Airspring 6335, Nanchang Control, expect an 011 Alpha, runway 13.
Okay, I want to look up where we are now.
Expect an 011 Alpha, runway 13, Airspring 6335. Shenzhen Air 9879, descend to flight level 148. Descend to flight level 148,
Shenzhen Air 9879.
China Eastern 6564. You are assigned flight level 230. I show you at flight level 207. Climb to flight level 230. Roger. Climb to flight level 230. China Eastern 6564. Airspring 8876. Nanchang control. Expect an 011 Alpha. Runway 17 right.
Expect an 011 Alpha, runway 17 right, airspree 8876.
Long Air 8810.
I think we are below Nanchang.
I show you at flight level 213. Climb to flight level 230.
Wilco, climb to flight level 230, Long Air 8810.
Shanghai Air 9410. You are assigned flight level 350. I show you at flight level 339er. Climb to flight level 350. Roger. Climb to flight level 350. Shanghai Air 9410. Air China 4532. Contact Guangzhou Control 118.
I believe this lake here is Poyang Lake,
Contact Guangzhou Control 118.95. Air China 4532.
or Bang Lake. So this little bit is Bang Lake. This large body of water, I think it's Poyang.
You are assigned flight level 310. I show you at flight level 281. Climb to flight level 310.
Roger. Climb to flight
This is
level
Nanjing.
3517.
Southwest over here, this is Nanchang in the Jiangxi province.
KJ 2763. Contact Guangzhou Control 118.95. Have a good day.
Nanchang.
Contact Guangzhou Control 118.95. OTJ 276.
It is the capital city of Jiangxi.
China
Here,
73797.
Nanchang.
Nanchang Control. Expect down at 901 Alpha. Runway 07.
Yeah, we are on Nanchang control. So let's listen.
Nanchang is the capital of Jiangxi, China. Located in the north-central part of the province and in the hinterland of Poyang Lake Plain, it is bounded on the west by the Jiuling Mountains and on the east by Poyang Lake.
Nanchang Control.
Because of its strategic location connecting the prosperous East and South China, it has become a major railway hub in southern China in recent decades.
Runway 17 right.
As the Nanchang Uprising in 1927 is distinctively recognized by the ruling Communist Party as firing the first gunshot against the nationalists, the current government has therefore named the city since 1949 the place where the People's Liberation Army was born, and the most widely known place where the military banner of the People's Liberation Army was first raised.
Well, this is where it
Nanchang is
began.
also a major city.
Air 8047. Descend to flight level 110.
City, appearing among the top 100 cities in the world by scientific research outputs, as tracked by the Nature Index and home to Nanchang University. History. Tangwang Pavilion. Historical map of Nanchang. Imperial era. The territories encompassing modern-day Jiangxi province, including Nanchang, was first incorporated into China during the Qin dynasty, when it was conquered from the Baihui peoples and organized as Jiajiang Commandery, Chinese. In 201 BC, during the Han dynasty, the city was given the Chinese name Nanchang and became the administrative seat of Yuezhang Commandery, and was governed by Guanning, one of Emperor Gaozu of Han's generals. The name Nanchang means southern flourishing, derived from a motto of developing what is now southern China that is traditionally attributed to Emperor Gaozu himself. In AD 589, during the Sui dynasty, this commandery was changed into a prefecture named Hangzhou, and after 763 it became the provincial center of Jiangxi, which was then beginning the rapid growth that by the 12th century made it the most populous province in China. In 653, the Tingwang Pavilion was constructed, and in 675, Wang Bo wrote the classic Tingwang Gusu, a poetic introductory masterpiece celebrating the building, making the building, the city, and the author himself known to literate Chinese-speaking population ever since. The pavilion has been destroyed and rebuilt several times throughout history. Its present form was reconstructed in the 1980s after being destroyed in 1929 during the Chinese Civil War. In 959, under the Southern Tang regime, Nanchang was made superior prefecture and the southern capital. After the conquest by the Song regime in 981, it was reverted to the name Hangzhou. In 1164, it was renamed Longqing Prefecture, which name it retained until 1368. During the Yuan dynasty, it was the capital of Jiangxi province, an area that included Guangdong as well. At the end of the Yuan, Mongol period, 1279 to 1368, it became a battleground between Zhu Yuanzheng, the founder of the Ming dynasty, 1368 to 1644, and the rival local warlord, Chen Yuliang.
Hold on 1 second.
To approach 127.7, showman at 8047.
Control, this is Charlie 69.
Air China 4517, descend to flight level 270. Descend to flight level 270, Air China 4517. Airspring 6335, climb to flight level 215. Climb to flight level 215, Airspring 6335. Airspring 6335, and on 11 Alpha, runway 13. Report ready for descent. And on 11 Alpha, runway 13, ready for descent. Airspring 6335. Airspring 6335, descend to 7,000 feet, QNH1004. Descend to 7,000 feet, Airspring 6335. Airspring 6335, contact Ningbo approach 125.45. Contact Ningbo approach 125.45, Airspring 6335.
Let me talk.
China Southern 3517, Nanchang Control, expect Xinshou 11 Alpha, runway 13.
Expect Xinshou 11 Alpha, runway 13, China Southern 3517.
China Eastern 6564, IGRAD 01 Alpha, runway 06. Report ready for descent. IGRAD 01 Alpha, runway 06, ready for descent. China Eastern 6564. China Eastern 6564, descend to 7,900 feet, QNH1004. Descend to 7,900 feet, China Eastern 6564. Long Air 8810, IGRAD 01 Alpha, runway 06.
And control is
Report
really
ready for
busy.
descent.
IGRAD 01 Alpha, runway 06, ready for descent, long air 8810.
Long Air 8810, descend to flight level 140.
Descend to flight level 140, long air 8810.
China Southern 3797, descend to flight level 110. Descend to flight level 110, China Southern 3797. Hainan 7787, you are assigned flight level 205. I show you at flight level 194. Climb to flight level 205.
Roger, climb to flight level 205, Hainan 7787.
Airspring 8876, and on 11 Alpha, runway 17 right. Report ready for descent.
NO11 Alpha, runway 17 right, ready for descent. Airsprint 8876.
Airsprint 8876. Descend to flight level 148.
Descend to flight level 148. Airsprint 8876.
China Eastern 5684. Launch control. Expect Super Tree 1 Alpha. Runway 18 left.
Expect Super Tree 1 Alpha, runway 18 left, China Eastern 5684.
China Southern 3560. You are assigned flight level 290. I show you at flight level 278. Climb to flight level 290.
Roger. Climb to flight level 290. China Southern 3560.
Hainan 7783. You are assigned flight level 205.
Oh, am I ever gonna get a
Show you
chance
at
to
flight
speak with
level
control?
193. Climb to flight level 205.
Roger. Climb to flight level 205, Hainan 7783.
Hainan 7577. Descend to flight level 079er. Descend to flight level 079er. Hainan 7577. China Southern 3797. Contact Hangzhou approach 127.7. Contact Hangzhou approach 127.7. China Southern 3797. China Eastern 5805. Launch on control. Expect Season Tree 1 Alpha. Runway 18 left.
Expect season 31 Alpha, runway 18 left, China Eastern 5805.
China Eastern 5212 Heavy. LNX 901 Alpha. Runway 07. Report ready for descent.
LNX 901 Alpha, runway 07, ready for descent, China Eastern 5212 Heavy.
China Eastern 5212 Heavy. Descend to flight level 148.
Descend to flight level 148, China Eastern 5212 Heavy.
Shanghai Air 9410. Launch on control. Expect Season 11 Alpha. Runway 17 right.
We're just never going to get our turn.
Runway 17 right. Shanghai Air.
I wanted to ask what approach we
Julian.
were assigned, but
At the beginning of the
Mine.
16th century, it was the power base from which Zhu Qinhao, the Prince of Ning, launched a rebellion against the emperor. During the Yuan dynasty, it might have been the center of porcelain trade. During the reign of the Wanli Emperor of the Ming dynasty,
excuse me.
it housed relatives of the emperor who had been exiled because they were potential claimants of the imperial throne. Members of the imperial family constituting about 1/4 of the city's population. As a result of this, Matteo Ricci came here when trying to gain entry to Beijing. In the 1850s, it suffered considerably as a result of the Taiping Rebellion, 1850-64, and its importance as a commercial center declined as the overland routes to Canton were replaced by coastal steamship services in the latter half of the 19th century. Nanchang has, however, remained the undisputed regional metropolis of Jiangxi. Republican era. On August 1, 1927, Nanchang was the site of one of a series of insurrections organized by the Communists. The Nanchang Uprising, led by pro-communist Kuomintang officers under Soviet direction, succeeded in holding the city for only a few days, and provided a corps of troops and a method of organization from which the People's Liberation Army, PLA, later developed. In 1939, the Battle of Nanchang, a ferocious battle between the Chinese National Revolutionary Army and the Imperial Japan Army in the Second Sino-Japanese War took place. People's Republic era. By 1949, Nanchang was still essentially an old-style administrative and commercial city, with little industry apart from food processing. It had a population of about 275,000. Nanchang first acquired a rail connection in 1915, only connecting to the port city of Zhejiang by the Yangtze. Several other rail links have since been opened. After World War II, a line was completed to Linchuan and Gongqi in the Ru River Valley to the south-southeast. Since 1949, Nanchang has been extensively industrialized. It is now a large-scale producer of cotton textiles and cotton yarn. Paper making is also a major industry, as is food processing, especially rice milling. Heavy industry began to gain prominence in the mid-1950s. A large thermal power plant was installed and uses coal brought by rail from Fengchang to the south. A machinery industry also grew up, at first mainly concentrating on the production of agricultural equipment and diesel engines. Nanchang then became a minor center of the automotive industry in China, producing trucks and tractors and also accessories such as tires. An iron smelting plant helping to supply local industry was installed in the later 1950s. There is also a large chemical industry, producing agricultural chemicals and insecticides as well as pharmaceuticals. Geography. Nanchang Satellite Imagery 2005. Nanchang is located in inland southeastern China, 130 kilometers, 81 miles, south of the Yangtze River and is situated on the right bank of the Gan River just below its confluence with the Jin River and some 40 kilometers, 25 miles, southwest of its discharge into Poyang Lake. Gan River. Climate. Nanchang has a humid subtropical climate, Köppen CFA, with 4 distinct seasons. Winters are short and cool with occasional frosts. It begins somewhat sunny and dry, but becomes progressively wetter and more overcast. Spring begins especially gloomy, and from April to June, each month has more than 220 millimeters, 8.7 in, of rainfall. Summer is long and humid, with amongst the highest temperatures of any Chinese provincial capital, and with the sun shining close to 60% of the time in July and August, is the sunniest time of year. Autumn is warm to mild with the lowest rainfall levels of the year. The monthly 24-hour average temperature ranges from 5.9 degrees Celsius (42.6 degrees Fahrenheit) in January to 29.6 degrees Celsius (85.3 degrees Fahrenheit) in July, while the annual mean is 18.5 degrees Celsius (65.3 degrees Fahrenheit). Annual precipitation stands at around 1,704 millimeters, 67 in, with monthly percent possible sunshine ranging from 27% in March to 56% in August. The city receives 1,809 hours of sunshine annually in average. Extremes since 1951 have ranged from minus 9.7 degrees Celsius (15 degrees Fahrenheit) on December 29, 1991 to 40. 6 degrees Celsius (105 degrees Fahrenheit) on July 23, 1961. Hyde. Climate data for
Okay, we're gonna hold off on the Wikipedia for now.
Air China 1760, descend to flight level 079er. Descend to flight level 079er, Air China 1760. China Southern 8429, Nanchang Control, expect 6011 Alpha, runway 13. Expect 6011 Alpha, runway 13, China Southern 8429. China Eastern 5212 Heavy, contact Hangzhou approach 127.7.
Contact Hangzhou approach 127.7, China Eastern 5212 Heavy.
Hainan 7785, Nanchang Control, expect 6011 Alpha, runway 13.
We are at King approach, right?
China Southern 3517, Shishou 11 Alpha, runway 13. Report ready for descent.
Shenzhou 11 Alpha, runway 13, ready for descent. China Southern 3517.
China Southern 3517, descend to 4,900 feet, T1 H1004.
Descend to 4,900 feet. China Southern 3517.
Hainan 7787, Nanchang control. Expect Shishou 11 Alpha, runway 13.
We were at Nanchang.
Expect Shenzhou 11 Alpha, runway 13, Hainan 7787.
Showman Air 8090, contact Showman
We
approach
should.
125.
I think we passed a city south of Nanchang called Fuzhou.
Contact Xiamen approach 125.025, Xiamen Air 8090. Air China 1760, contact Hangzhou approach 127.7. Contact Hangzhou approach 127.7, Air China 1760. China Southern 3570, descend to 4,900 feet, T1 H1005.
I think we are headed towards Fuzhou.
1,900 feet, QN H1005.
Fuzhou in Fujian, China. Fuzhou should be a city on the coastline.
Capital Jet 5692, descend to flight level 079er. Descend to flight level 079er, Capital Jet 5692. Hainan 7783, Nanchang control. Expect Shishou 11 Alpha, runway 13.
Expect Shenzhou 11 Alpha, runway 13, Hainan 7783.
Shenzhen Air 9892, Nanchang control. Expect August 1 X-ray Alpha, runway 16. Expect August 1 X-ray Alpha, runway 16, Shenzhen Air 9892. Capital Jet 5692, contact Hangzhou approach 127.7. Contact Hangzhou approach 127.7, Capital Jet 5692. FX16953, Nanchang control. Expect cabin 2 Alpha, runway 05. Expect cabin 2 Alpha, runway 05, FX16953. China Eastern 5303, Nanchang control. Expect all path 901 Alpha, runway 20 left.
Expect OPAM 901 Alpha, runway 20 left. China Eastern 5303.
Long Air 8810, descend to flight level 079er.
Descend to flight level 079er, Long Air 8810.
Air China 1246, Nanchang control. Expect Symmetry 1 Alpha, runway 18 left. Expect Symmetry 1 Alpha, runway 18 left. Air China 1246. China Eastern 6564, contact Hangzhou approach 127.7. Contact Hangzhou approach 127.7, China Eastern 6564. Southern 3560. Descend to 4,900 feet. QNH 1005.
Descend to 4,900 feet. QNH 1005. China Southern 3560.
Air China 8562. Non-chop control. Expect L11 Alpha. Runway 17 right. Expect L11 Alpha. Runway 17 right. Air China 8562. Hainan 6137. Non-chop control. Expect LX 901 Alpha. Runway 07. Expect LX 901 Alpha. Runway 07. Hainan 6137. Hainan 7787. Descend to 4,900 feet. QNH 1004.
Descend to 4,900 feet. QNH 1004. Hainan 7787.
Charlie 69. Turn left. Heading 120. Vector for Chango Airport. Expect further clearance in about 176 miles.
Turn left heading 120 vectors for Changle Airport. Expecting further clearance in about 176 miles. Charlie 69.
Hainan 7783. Shishou 11 Alpha. Runway 13. Report ready for descent.
Shenzhou 11 Alpha, runway 13, ready for descent. Hainan 7783.
Hainan 7783. Descend to 4,900 feet. QNH 1004.
Descend to 4,900 feet. Hainan 7783.
China Eastern 5610. Non-chop control. Expect Emblem 2 Alpha. Runway 05. Expect Emblem 2 Alpha. Runway 05. China Eastern 5610. Air China 8562. Descend to flight level 148.
Yeah, I was messing around with the auto FPS settings.
Descend to flight level 148. Air China 8562. China Eastern 766. Non-chop control. Expect tagging 22 Alpha. Runway 25. Expect tagging 22 Alpha. Runway 25. China Eastern 766. Dynasty 201 Heavy. Contact Pudong approach 128.05.
Contact Pudong approach 128.05, Dynasty 201 Heavy.
China Eastern 722 Heavy. Non-chop control. Expect Super Tree 1 Alpha. Runway 18 left. Expect Super Tree 1 Alpha. Runway 18 left. China Eastern 722 Heavy. 13563. Turn right. Heading 210. Climb to flight level 148.
Turn right. Heading 210. Climb to flight level 148. 13563.
Jeju Air 2001. Slow 19er Alpha. Runway 16. Report ready for descent.
Zone 19er Alpha. Runway 16. Ready for descent. Jeju Air 2001.
Jeju Air 2001. Descend to flight level 138.
Descent to flight level 138. Jeju Air 2001.
China Eastern 722 Heavy. You are assigned flight level 330. I show you at flight level 314. Climb to flight level 330. Roger. Climb to flight level 330. China Eastern 722 Heavy. Non-chop control Charlie 69. Go ahead.
Did you hear that? You know, when I asked for what my
Number
approach
2
was,
Alpha, runway 05,
it finally went
ready for
through.
descent. China Eastern 5610. China Eastern 5610. Descend to 3,900 feet. T1 H1008. Descend to 3,900 feet. China Eastern 5610.
On. God damn it.
Air China 150. Contact Hangzhou approach 127.7. Contact Hangzhou approach 127.7. Air China 150. China Southern 3524 Heavy, Langchang control. Expect all path 901 Alpha, runway 20 left. Expect all pad 901 Alpha, runway 20 left. China Southern 3524 Heavy. China Eastern 766, taxis 22 Alpha, runway 25. Report ready for descent.
Doing.
KD's 22 Alpha, runway 25, ready for descent. China Eastern 766. China Eastern 766, descend to 5,900 feet, T1 H1003. Descend to 5,900 feet, China Eastern 766. China Southern 3844, Langchang control. Expect all path 901 Alpha, runway 20 left. Expect all pad 901 Alpha, runway 20 left. China Southern 3844. Airspring 6661, descend to 4,900 feet, T1 H1004. Descend to 4,900 feet, T1 H1004, Airspring 6661. China Southern 3325, descend to flight level 130.
Descend to flight level 130, China Southern 3325.
China Southern 3517, contact Ningbo approach 125.45.
Contact Ningbo approach
Okay, we can't actually talk to them. Well,
China Southern.
China Eastern 6394, you are assigned flight level 265. Show you at flight level 240. Climb to flight level 265.
I believe we are passing Nanking.
China Eastern 6394. Charlie 69, turn left, heading 045.
Turn left, heading 045, Charlie 69. I'm just gonna stay on this heading until we intercept our original GPS line.
Alpha, runway 06. Report ready for descent. Aircraft 01 Alpha, runway 06, ready for descent. Air China 8504. Air China 8504, descend to 7,900 feet, T1 H1004. Descend to 7,900 feet, Air China 8504. Hainan 6137, contact Hangzhou approach 127.7. Contact Hangzhou approach 127.7, Hainan 6137. Air China 8504, clear direct HC to 13. Fix on all navigation. Roger, heading direct HC 213, then resume on navigation Air China 8504. Thanks. China Southern 6326, Langchang control. Expect Xingshou 11 Alpha, runway 13.
we try to get a little bit lower to the ground here?
China Southern 3844, Alpha 901 Alpha, runway 20 left. Report ready for descent. Pad 901
God damn it.
Alpha, runway 20 left. Ready for descent. China Southern 3844. China Southern 3844, descend to flight level 120. Descend to flight level 120. China Southern 3844. China Southern 3524 Heavy, Alpha 901 Alpha, runway 20 left. Report ready for descent. Pad 901 Alpha, runway 20 left. Ready for descent. China Southern 3524 Heavy. China Southern 3524 Heavy, descend to flight level 120. Descend to flight level 120. China Southern 3524 Heavy.
Okay, so we're going to be landing near Fuzhou, which is the coastal city right next to Taiwan.
Expect OPAM 901 Alpha, runway 20 left, Shenzhen N9988.
It's actually a lot closer than I thought to Taiwan.
Air China 8504, contact Hangzhou approach 127.5.
I was thinking about taking a jet and then flying around Taiwan and then back to the Chinese coastline using the Vision jet. Why don't we try that? We'll take out the jet.
Descend to 2,000 feet. QNH1004. China Eastern 722 Heavy. Shanghai Air 9368. Launch on control. Expect channel 11 Alpha. Runway 17 right.
Expect channel 11 Alpha, runway 17 right, Shanghai Air 9368.
Is that a lightning strike?
China Southern 8429. Contact Ningbo approach 125.45. Contact Ningbo approach 125.45. China Southern 8429. China Southern 6326. Descend to 4,900 feet. QNH1004. Descend to 4,900 feet. QNH1004. China Southern 6326. China Southern 3869. You are assigned flight level 290. I show you at flight level 267. Climb to flight level 290.
Local, climb to flight level 290, China Southern 3869.
Charlie 69 requesting flight level 060.
Launch on control, SH16933. Good day. Descending by Alexa 901 Alpha, flight level 265.
Showman Air 8128. Launch on control. Expect engine 2 Alpha. Runway 05. Expect engine 2 Alpha. Runway 05. Diamond Air 8128. China Eastern 5684. Contact Pudong approach 128.05.
Contact Pudong approach 128.05, China Eastern 5684.
Hainan 7785. Contact Ningbo approach 125.45. Contact Ningbo approach 125.45. Hainan 7785. China Southern 3325. Descend to flight level 115.
Descend to flight level 115, China Southern 3325.
Hainan 7787. Contact Ningbo approach 125.45.
Contact Ningbo approach 125.45, Hainan 7787.
Vietnam Airlines 530. Contact Shanghai approach 128.05.
Contact Shanghai approach 128.05. Vietnam Airlines 530.
FH16933. Launch on control. Identified. China Southern 3325. Contact Nanchang approach 123.85.
Contact Nonchang approach 123.85, China Southern 3325.
China Eastern 6394. Launch on control. Expect Xinshou 11 Alpha. Runway 13. Expect Shenzhou 11 Alpha. Runway 13. China Eastern 6394.
Well, what? We're on our way to.
China Southern 6457. Launch on control. Expect Alpha 901 Alpha. Runway 20 left.
Where were we headed? I was Fujian
Expect
Fuzhou.
Alpha 901 Alpha. Runway 20 left. China Southern 6457.
So, capital of
Hainan
Fujian.
7783. Contact Ningbo approach 125.45.
Contact Ningbo approach 125.45.
Fuzhou is the capital of Fujian, China. The city lies between the Min River estuary to the south and the city of Ningda to the north. Together, Fuzhou and Ningda make up the Mindong linguistic and cultural region. Fuzhou's population was 8,291,268 as of the 2020 Chinese census. Like other prefecture-level cities in China, its administrative area contains both urban and rural areas. In 2020, 72.49% of inhabitants, 6,010,242, were urban, while 27.51%, 2,281,026, were rural. As of December 31st, 2018, the total population was estimated at 7,740,000, whom 4,665,000 lived in the built-up, or metro, area made of 5 urban districts plus Minho County. In 2015, Fuzhou was ranked as the 10th fastest-growing metropolitan area in the world by Brookings Institution. Fuzhou is listed as number 20 in the China Integrated City Index 2016's total ranking, a study conducted by the National Development and Reform Commission. Fuzhou is also a major city for scientific research, appearing in the global top 50 cities as tracked by the Nature Index. The city is home to several major universities, notably Fuzhou University, one of China's key universities, and other public universities,
Turn left heading
including Fujian Normal University and
035.
Fujian Agriculture and Forestry University. Names.
Negative. Turn left. Heading 035.
Turn left heading 035.
Charlie 69. Launch on control. Expect radar vectors. LS Yankee runway 21.
Oh shit. Expect radar vectors ILS Yankee 21, Charlie 69.
Showman Air 8117. Launch on control. Expect Embraer 2 Alpha. Runway 05. Expect Embraer 2 Alpha. Runway 05. Showman Air 8117. Showman Air 8928. Launch on control. Expect Alexa 901 Alpha. Runway 07. Expect Alexa 901 Alpha. Runway 07. Showman Air 8928. Airlines 9007. Launch on control. Expect Safer 3 Whiskey Alpha, runway 22.
Expect Sabre 3 Whiskey Alpha, runway 22, on airlines 9007.
China Eastern 5610. Contact Xiaoman approach 125.025. Contact Xiaoman approach 125.025. China Eastern 5610. On airlines 9007. Descend to 3000 feet. T1 H1008.
Descend to 3,000 feet. QNH 1008.
I did something
on
wrong.
airlines 9007.
Airspring 6661. Contact Ningbo approach 125.45. Contact Ningbo approach 125.45. Airspring 6661. Hainan 7687. Contact Ningbo approach 125.45. Contact Ningbo approach 125.45. Hainan 7687. China Southern 3869. Launch on control. Expect LNX 901 Alpha. Runway 07.
Expect LNX 901 Alpha, runway 07, China Southern 3869.
Xiaoman Air 8152. You are assigned flight level 175. Show you at flight level 153. Climb to flight level 175. Wilco, climb to flight level 175. Xiaoman 8152. Charlie 69, radar vectors. ILS Yankee runway 21. Report ready for descent.
Oh bitch, hold on. Radar vectors ILS Yankee 21, ready for descent, Charlie 69. I want to find the intercept port heading.
Charlie 69, Chengdu Airport landing runway 21.
Runway 21, Charlie 69.
Charlie 69, descend to 1000 feet, T1 H1009er.
Descend to 11,000 feet, QNH 1009er, Charlie 69.
Xiaoman Air 8117, descend to 3,900 feet, T1 H1008. Descend to 3,900 feet, QN H1008, Xiaoman Air 8117. Aircraft calling for new altitude, stay call signs. Aircraft calling for new altitude, stay call signs. Charlie 69, launch on control.
I did not request altitude. Hello? Charlie 69.
Charlie 69, I didn't get that altitude. Say again altitude.
11,000 feet, Charlie 69.
Charlie 69, Didn't get that altitude. Say again altitude.
Flight level 011.
Charlie 69, unable 1,100 feet at this time.
Well, I wanted to cancel it anyway. That works.
China Eastern 722 Heavy, contact Pudong approach 128.05. Contact Pudong approach 128.05, China Eastern 722 Heavy. Sherman Air 8152, launch on control, expect cabin 2 Alpha, runway 05. Expect cabin 2 Alpha, runway 05, Sherman Air 8152. Shenzhen Air 8964, launch on control, expect August 1 X-ray Alpha, runway 15.
Expect Ogden 1 X-ray Alpha, runway 15, Shenzhen Air 8964.
China Eastern 6394, descend to 4,900 feet, QNH 1004. Descend to 4,900 feet, QNH 1004, China Eastern 6394. Hainan 7225, contact Nanchang approach 123.85.
Contact Nanchang approach 123.85, Hainan 7225.
China Southern 6326, contact Ningbo approach 125.45. Nanchang control, China Eastern 6554, flight level 280. China Eastern 6554, Nanchang control, identified. Continue climb to flight level 310. Continue climb to flight level 310, China Eastern 6554. Taipei 400 Heavy, contact Taipei control 124.6, bye-bye.
Center on 124.6, Cafe 400 Heavy.
China Eastern 6554, you are assigned flight level 310. Show you at flight level 275. Climb to flight level 310. Roger, climb to flight level 310, China Eastern 6554.
So many damn clouds over this area, like all over South China. We've been having clouds covering the ground this entire time.
Contact Sherman approach 125.025. Contact Xiamen approach 125.025. Xiamen Air 8128.
Unlucky.
Sherman Air 8521, Nanchang control, identified. Nanchang control, China United 2835, flight level 175. China United 2835, Nanchang control, radar contact.
Nanchang control, Xiamen Air 382, descending via Tebin 2 Alpha, 3,000 feet.
I believe that is Fuzhou, the city
Sherman
along
Air
the
382,
coast.
Nanchang control, identified. Sherman Air 382, contact Sherman approach 125.025.
Contact Xiamen approach 125.025, Xiamen Air 382.
Sherman Air 8520, Nanchang control, expect engine 2 Alpha, runway 05. Expect engine 2 Alpha, runway 05, Xiamen Air 8520.
Non-Choom control. Showman Air 877. 10,500 feet. Showman Air 877. Non-Choom control. Good day. Radar contact. Climb to flight level 200. Climb to flight level 200. Showman Air 877. China Eastern 6554. Non-Choom control. Expect radar vector. Runway 21. Expect radar vector. Runway 21. China Eastern 6554.
Non-Choom control, Dynasty 835 Heavy.
You have
flight
some
level 285.
thunder, lightning and thunder. But I don't think we can get hit by lightning.
Heavy.
Can we?
Non-Choom control. Identified. Continue climb to flight level 400.
Continue climb to flight level 400, Dynasty 835 Heavy.
Showman Air 8152. Cabin 2 Alpha. Runway 05. Report ready for descent. Cabin 2 Alpha. Runway 05. Ready for descent. Diameter 8152. Showman Air 8152. Descend to 4,900 feet. T1 H1008.
900th hospital of the first affiliated
Descend to
hospital.
4,900 feet. Diameter 8152.
Fuzhou Air Base. Yep, that's Fuzhou.
Showman Air 8152. Contact Showman approach 125.025. Contact Diamond approach 125.025. Diamond Air 8152. Charlie 69. Contact Fuzhou approach 133.05.
Approach on 133.35. Charlie 69.
Negative. Fuzhou approach on 133.05.
Approach on 133.05. Charlie 69.
Showman Air 8520. Descend to
Approach Charlie 69 at 8,500 feet.
Charlie 69 Fuzhou approach. Q1H1009er. Expect radar vectors for ILS Yankee runway 21.
QNH 1009 runway 21. ILS Yankee. Fuck. Charlie 69.
Charlie 69. Descend to 6,000 feet.
Descending to 6,000 feet. Charlie 69.
Charlie 69. Turn left. Heading 070. Vectors for the approach. Expect further clearance in about 20 miles.
Turn left 060. Expect radar vectors to approach. Charlie 69.
Negative. Turn left. Heading 070.
Turn left heading 070.
Charlie 69, turn left, heading 035.
Turn left heading 035, Charlie 69. There we go, the intercept worked this time. I guess if we are too far away, the intercept doesn't work.
Charlie 69, turn left, heading 045.
Turn left heading 045, Charlie 69. I will ignore him.
Speed.
Manage this manually.
Fuzhou, Sherman Air 8324, 800 feet. Sherman Air 8324, Fuzhou departure. Good day. Identified. Cleared directly Enjiang. Reflown the Rupos 11 Delta. Climb to 11,000 feet. Cleared directly Enjiang. Reflown the Rupos 11 Delta. Climb to 11,000 feet. Sherman Air 8324.
One 1.03. Yeah, it's already set. There we are. Charlie 69 established on approach.
Charlie 69, you're already on approach. Unavailable.
Charlie 69 established on approach.
Charlie 69, affirm.
Maybe not. I don't know why we're going around in circles.
Shaman Air 8324. Contact Nanchang Control 120.5. Bye-bye. Center on 120.5. Shaman Air 8324. Have a good day.
Try that again. Armed to localizer. VNAV is armed. Intercepting initial approach fix. This should work. Come on. I thought that was Taiwan for a second. It's like, nope. Not that close, not that small. If Taiwan was this close to China, something would have happened a lot sooner. Just saying. Really tricky to get to Taiwan if your intentions are not peaceful. You need a lot of amphibious landing ships, and those are expensive. And they only do one thing: amphibious landings. Plus, you need a shitload of blue water ships, blue water navy ships. Once again, very expensive. And if you have a gigantic coastline to defend, you invest in white water navy vessels. So, you know.
Fuzhou, Hainan 7295. Good day. 800 feet.
Hainan 7295. Fuzhou departure. Good day. Identified. Clear direct Lianjiang. Resume the Ruposh 11 Delta. Climb to 10,000 feet.
Clear direct Lianjiang. Resume the Rupox 11 Delta. Climb to 10,000 feet. Hainan 7295.
Charlie 69. Contact Fuzhou Tower 124.35. Bye-bye.
Tower on 124.35, Charlie 69. Shit. Tower Charlie 69, altitude 1,700.
Charlie 69, Fuzhou Tower. Runway 21 clear to land.
Runway 21 clear to land, Charlie 69.
All aircraft be advised the information November now current. T1 H1008.
Why am I still on navigation mode? I should be on localizer, no? Oh, that's a speed limit, okay.
Sandy 5340, holding short, runway 21. Sandy 5340, hold short of 21, arriving traffic. Affirm, hold short of 21 for traffic, Sandy 5340.
Yeah, wait for me. I'm landing.
Autopilot.
Should have disengaged the autopilot a lot sooner, but fine.
Sandy 5340, runway 21, line up and wait. Line up and wait, runway 21, Sandy
No
5340.
takeoff.
Charlie 69, exit left at Alpha.
Charlie 69, exiting left at Alpha. Such a weird place to turn. Are you even supposed to turn into a taxiway like this?
Sandy 5340, Fuzhou Tower, runway 21, clear for takeoff. Runway 21, clear for takeoff, Sandy 5340. Charlie 69, contact ground 121.6.
Ground on 121.6, Charlie 69. Charlie 69, request taxi to parking.
Charlie 69, welcome to Jangle. Stay parking or advise if need assignment.
Any ramp will do. Charlie 69.
Charlie 69, ramp tree 2 taxi via Alpha, Bravo.
Ramp 33 via taxiway Alpha Bravo. Charlie 69. That's not gonna work. Oh, it did work. Okay.
I start my day in silence. Where are my slippers? Where's my notebook? My dreams, write them down. Write down your dreams. Write down your dreams. Don't forget to write down your dreams.
Okay, I won't forget to write down my dreams. Jesus.
More silence. More silence. And now, it's time to go. My journey to where I'm going is steady and still silent. I gather my belongings and my clothes, my garments, my gloves,
We made it.
my socks, my heels, and I put them together in a way that I'm telling a story with my appearance. The silence starts to break. I start to sing to myself, engage how I feel. I put my clothes on, and still more silence, more silence. Where's my water? Drink plenty of water. Be fluid, be one with water, be one with air. Preparing myself for the adventure, for the purpose of music, for the sound to grow within my belly. I am ready to start my day. I let my vocals carry me to the next moment.
Okay, we made it. Oh. We are at ZFZ. We are going to make our way to Taiwan. And for this one, I want to take out the jet. What I want to do is create a custom route. maybe YU AT. Maybe land back at what is that? Is that RCBS? Fuck. RCBS? APU. HCN. I don't think it works that way.
I can tell we need to talk about things, so I'll let you start. Yes, I'm listening. Oh, I understand that. You need help with what you say? Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy, because the last time that we talked about this, I felt like I was really clear. I gave you everything that you needed to hear, but you're still asking me for more. No, I'm just trying to understand.
Oh, thank you.
Don't push back. 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 Conscience under pressure. Contents under pressure. Huh? Content under pressure. You can shake it anyway. Well, you can shake it anyway. Oh,
If I do this,
well, you can shake it anyway. Oh, well, you can shake it anyway. Don't push back. Don't push back. Don't push. That's the limit. Don't push back. Don't. No, that's the limit. Don't push back. Don't. No, that's the limit. Don't push back. Don't. Oh, that's the limit. Don't push back. Don't. Yes, that's the limit. Don't push back. Don't. Oh, that's the limit. Don't push back. Don't push. You can shake it anyway. Oh, you can shake it anyway. Oh, don't push
So hard to see. On. Do I just start over again? Oh yeah, it was bugged. Okay.
Saddle up and dance. Baby, take a chance.
BSFZ.
This kind of girl needs romance. Baby, take a chance.
Why don't we just go RCKW?
Saddle up and dance.
Wait, why don't we just do a really short flight?
Take a chance.
And then go the rest of the way using the propeller aircraft.
Needs romance.
We just want to get to like
Baby, take a chance.
RCTP.
Saddle up and dance.
400 miles.
This kind of girl needs romance. Baby, take a chance. Saddle up and dance.
Let's do it.
Make prolific confessions into the master plan. I feel like they will never let me shine. What do you need?
EATC.
Beyond ATC connected.
Do 640.
Temperature 26, dew point 25, QNH 100I, thunderstorms, VFR conditions, landing and departing runway 21, transition level 1, bird activity in vicinity of airport, advise on initial contact, you have information Delta. Chango Airport information Delta, 0646 Zulu, wind 215 at 6, light rain. Few clouds at 900. Scattered at 1,900. Few clouds at 3,300. Temperature 26. Dew point 25. QNH 100I. Thunderstorms. VFR conditions. Landing and departing runway 21. Transition level 118. Bird activity in vicinity of airport. Advise on initial contact. You have information Delta. Chango Airport information Delta, 0646 Zulu, wind
Information
215
Delta.
at 6, light rain, few clouds at 900, scattered at 1,900, few clouds at 3,300, temperature 26, dew point 25, QNH 100I, thunderstorms, VFR
She's saying
conditions,
QNH is
landing
1009 or
and
8?
departing runway 21, transition level 118,
Jesus.
bird activity in vicinity of airport.
She's worse than me.
Advise on initial contact. You have information Delta. Chango Airport information Delta, 0646 Zulu, wind 215 at 6, light rain, few clouds at 900, scattered at 1,900, few clouds at 3,300, temperature 26, dew point 25, QNH 100I, thunderstorms, VFR conditions, landing and departing runway 21, transition level 118, bird activity in vicinity of airport. Advise on initial contact. You have information Delta. Chango Airport information Delta, 0646 Zulu, wind 215 at 6, light rain, few clouds at 900, scattered at 1,900,
VSCF.
few clouds at 3,300, temperature 26, dew point 25, QNH 100I, thunderstorms, VFR conditions, landing and departing runway 21, transition level 118, bird activity in vicinity of airport. Advise on initial contact. You have information Delta. Chango Airport information Delta, 0.
Shaman Air 875, ready to copy IFR clearance to Suvarnabhumi Airport.
Shaman Air 875, Fuzhou ground. Expect runway 21, 81 Delta departure. Dock to transition. Initial climb to 6,000 feet. Squawk 3153.
Dolan 81 Delta departure, dock to transition. Squawk 3153. Shaman Air 875.
Come on.
Shaman Air 875, read back correct. Call me back when ready for pushback or engine start.
Will call Shaman Air 875. Shaman Air 875, ramp 35, request pushback.
Shaman Air 875, Fuzhou ground. Pushback approved. Phase north.
Pushback and engine start approved. Face north, Shaman Air 875.
Charlie 69 requesting IFR clearance with information delta.
Charlie 69, Fuzhou ground. Information delta correct. Expect runway 21. Climb 6,000 feet on runway center line. Then expect radar vectors Linjiang. Squawk 6021.
Runway 21, fly, runway heading, initial climb to 6,000 feet, expect radar vectors, squawk 6021, Charlie 69.
Charlie 69, read back correct. Call me back when ready for start or taxi.
Wilco, Charlie 69. Uh, 6021.
Sherman at 875, request taxi to be active. Diameter 875, runway 21 taxi, via Bravo, Alpha. Runway 21 taxi via Bravo, Alpha, Sherman at 875.
Charlie 69 requesting pushback and startup.
Charlie 69, Fuzhou ground, pushback approved. Face southwest.
Base what? Base southwest. Pushback and startup approved. Charlie 69.
Diameter 875, contact Fuzhou Tower 124.35. Bye-bye. Contact Tower 124.35, Sherman at 875.
If I remember correctly, there's no separate avionics switch. Load up tower on standby for comms 1. Let me make sure I got everything set up. Fire the map. What was our radar vector? Doesn't matter. I don't think we have a departure procedure. We just follow the radar vectors. Okay, where was the altitude? $6,000, and I'll set the heading up once we are on the runway, since that's what we're supposed to do. Turn engine ice protection on. And I like to have the map. Oh, VNAV. As we climb. Yep. Okay, we got some clouds going on. Okay. Charlie 69, ready to taxi for departure.
Charlie 69, runway 21 taxi via Bravo, Alpha.
Runway 21 taxi via Bravo, Alpha. Push back. Why is this so loud? Oh.
Shandong 2208, ready to pick up IR clearance to Beijing capital. Shandong 2208, Fuzhou ground, expect runway 21, Repox 11 Delta departure, Repox transition, squawk 0766. Repox 11 Delta departure, Repox transition, squawk 0766. Shandong 2208. Shandong 2208, lead back correct. Call me back when ready for pushback or engine start. Wilco, Shandong 2208. Shandong 2208, gate 9er.
It almost sounds like a door is open.
Shandong 2208, Fuzhou ground, pushback approved. Fairing northwest. Pushback and engine start approved. Fairing northwest, Shandong 2208.
Oh. It's just really loud. Hit it again, Charlie 69.
Charlie 69, contact Fuzhou Tower 124.35.
Power on 124.35, Charlie 69. Power Charlie 69 with information Delta, requesting takeoff, runway 21.
Charlie 69, Fuzhou Tower, fly runway heading, runway 21, clear for takeoff.
Fly runway heading, runway 21. Clear for takeoff, Charlie 69. Heading 21. Oh, where was autopilot?
Shandong 2208, ready to go, runway 21.
Flaps up, landing gears up.
Shandong 2208, runway 21, line up and wait.
Climbing.
Line up and wait, runway 21, Shandong 2208. Shandong 2208, Fuzhou Tower, fly runway heading, runway 21, clear for takeoff. Fly runway heading, runway 21, clear for takeoff, Shandong 2208.
Engine noise is a little bit too loud here.
Charlie 69, reset transponder, squawk 6021. Charlie 69, reset transponder, squawk 6021.
Clock 6021.
Charlie 69, contact Fuzhou departure 133.05.
Departure 133.35, Charlie 69.
Negative. Fuzhou departure on 133.05.
Departure on 133.05, Charlie 69.
Negative. Fuzhou departure on 133.05.
Didn't I say that?
Contact Fuzhou departure 133.05, Charlie 69.
Shandong.
Departure Charlie 69 at 4,500 feet.
Fuzhou. Shandong 2208. 1,700 feet.
Shandong 2208, Fuzhou departure. Good afternoon. Identified. Cleared directly engine. Resume the Lipox 11 Delta. Climb to flight level 160.
Clear direct Linjiang. Resume the Lipox 11 Delta. Climb to flight level 160. Shandong 2208.
Charlie 69, Fuzhou departure. Identified. Climb to flight level 120.
Climb to flight level 120, Charlie 69.
Charlie 69, turn right. Heading 005.
Turn right heading 005, Charlie 69. What was our transition level? Yeah. I didn't write it down. I think the standard transition level is 14,000, flight level 140. I think that's in... Transition out to 9,800, okay.
Charlie 69, contact non-chunk control 120.5.
Control 120.5, Charlie 69. Control Charlie 69. Climbing to flight level 120 at 9,800 feet.
Charlie 69, non-chunk control, radar contact, climb to flight level 246.
Climb to flight level 246, Charlie 69.
Charlie 69, cleared direct Lianjiang. Resume all navigation.
Clear direct. Resuming all navigation. Charlie 69. Yeah, I need to tune down the engine sound. It's very loud. Holy moly. And this is with simulation, headphone simulation. Is this not working? Oh no, it's working. It's just really loud. Okay, that's a bit more manageable. This should be quite fast. Once we get up to cruising altitude, we will be speeding up to, I believe, 260. What's our cruising?
Launch
150 knots.
Air H157, flight level 235.
Xiaonan Air H157, launch on control, radar contact. Xiaonan Air 8098, contact Jinjiang, approach 120.025.
Contact Jinjiang approach 120.025, diameter 8098.
What those islands are? That's, well, that's not the that's not an island. Okay. No, it does look like an island. Maybe just a small peninsula.
China Southern 3852, launch on control. Expect Sigma 3 Whiskey Alpha, runway 22.
Expect Victory Whiskey Alpha, runway 22, China Southern 3852.
Airspeed 8807, launch on control. Expect enter for Bravo. Runway 23.
So we are leaving Fuzhou, and we're going to be taking the sea route
And then for Bravo. Runway
towards
23,
Taiwan.
Airspeed 807.
We're kind of going around. Yeah, I think we are set. Weather seems okay. Got some clouds, but it's fine. I am worried about icing. I have never seen icing before, so I don't even know what it looks like. But they are supposed to be like visual cues. It was pretty wet and humid on the ground, and now we are at freezing temperatures up here.
Airspeed 8807, descend to 4,900 feet. QNH1007.
Descend to 4,900 feet. QNH1007. Airspeed 807.
Shandong 2113. You were assigned flight level 225. I show you at flight level 214. Climb to flight level 225.
Okay, our destination airport is pretty busy.
Shandong 2113.
We are doing
5131, Longchong Control. Expect entry Lima, runway 21.
Expect entry Lima, runway 21, China Southern 5131.
As cool as this is, I'll just look it up on my EFB.
China Eastern 5097 Heavy, Longchong Control. Expect on board 1 Charlie, runway 10.
Expect on board 1 Charlie, runway 10, China Eastern 5097 Heavy.
West China 6281. Contact Jinjiang, approach 120.025.
Contact Jinjiang, approach 120.025, West China 6281.
China Southern 5131, entry Lima, runway 21. Report ready for descent.
Entry Lima, runway 21, ready for descent, China Southern 5131.
China Southern 5131, descend to flight level 140.
Descend to flight level 140, China Southern 5131.
China Southern 5131, contact Jinjiang, approach 120.025.
Contact Jinjiang, approach 120.025.
This is one of the reasons why I didn't want to use the jet on land. It's because we get so high up in the air that we don't really get to see anything.
Longchong Control, expect Super Tree 1 Alpha, runway 18 left.
Expect Super Tree 1 Alpha, runway 18 left, China Eastern 5266.
Shanghai Air 876, Longchong Control, expect unknown 01 Alpha, runway 35 left.
Expect add-on 01 Alpha, runway 35 left, Shanghai Air 876.
China Eastern 702, Longchong Control, expect unknown 01 Alpha, runway 35 left.
Expect unknown 01 Alpha, runway 35 left, China Eastern 702.
China Southern 3757, descend to flight level 148.
Descend to flight level 148, China Southern 3757.
It's still a little bit too loud.
Shandong
I don't think it's the
2113,
engine
Longchong
noise.
Control, expect Ugago 901 Alpha, runway 07.
Expect Ugago 901 Alpha, runway 07, Shandong 2113.
EVA 772 Heavy, Longchong Control, expect Super Tree 1 Alpha, runway 18 left.
Expect Super Tree 1 Alpha, runway 18 left.
Maybe it is the engine noise. The heck?
Air Spring 0 Charlie November, descend to 3,000 feet, QNH 1004.
Descend to 3,000 feet, QNH 1004, Airspring 0 Charlie November.
Shanghai Air 818, contact Pudong, approach 128.05.
Contact Pudong, approach 128.05, Shanghai Air 818.
Cathay 360 Heavy, contact Shanghai, approach 128.05.
Compared to the PC-12, the sound is overtuned.
Approach 128.05, Cathay 360 Heavy. China Eastern 5266, descend to 2,000 feet, QNH 1003.
We will be passing Ningde. Ningde should be this is Ningde over here. Passing by some islands, and we will be going over Wenzhou, a coastal city. So Wenzhou is like over here. Wenzhou's like over here, and then we turn around and we head on to Taiwan. We are reaching our altitude hold. Okay. Islands to our right, coastline to our left. This is Wenzhou. We should be reaching the Wenzhou city quite soon. It's a coastal city.
Wenzhou. Wenzhou is a prefecture-level city in China's Zhejiang province. Wenzhou is located at the extreme southeast of Zhejiang, bordering Lishui to the west, Taizhou to the north, and the province of Fujian to the south. The area consists of mostly mountainous terrain, as well as hundreds of islands off the East China Sea coast, which is nearly 355 kilometers, 221 miles, in length. At the time of the 2010 Chinese census, 3,039,500 people lived in Wenzhou's urban area. The Greater Wenzhou Prefecture, which also includes 3 satellite cities and 6 counties, had a population totaling 9,122,100, of which 31.16% are residents originally from outside of Wenzhou. During the 19th century, the progenitor city of modern Wenzhou was known as Yangpia, Chinese, Yongjia, a prosperous foreign treaty port that remains well preserved today. Being situated in the mountains, it has been isolated for most of its history from the rest of the country, making its local culture and language, known as Wenzhounese, particularly distinct, even from its direct neighbors. The city is also the native land of many emigrants to Europe and the United States, with many Wenzhounese immigrants abroad becoming entrepreneurs, restaurateurs, and retail and wholesale business people in their adopted countries. Wenzhou people make up a large proportion of the Chinese residents in Italy, constituting approximately 90% of Tuscany's Chinese.
Shandong 2113, Potato Niner 1 Alpha, runway 07. Report ready for descent.
Chinese population. Significant concentrations of Wenzhounese also live in New York City, as well as across France and Spain. History. Ancient history. The area that would become Wenzhou has archaeological artifacts tracing back to around 2500 BC, when it became known for its pottery production, and as one of the origins of celadon in ancient China. The Ouyue culture developed into the kingdom of Dongoyu, with a history dating back more than 2,200 years. Due to its relatively isolated geography, the culture of Dongoyu tended in ancient times to often at first develop according to local patterns. Imperial China. In the early 2nd century BC, shortly after the destruction of the Qin dynasty, military and political leader Zhou Yao of Wenzhou helped Emperor Gaozu Apan, the first emperor of the Han dynasty, defeat the prominent Chu warlord Xiongnu. After the victory, Gaozu's son Hui named Zhou Yao as the king of the Dongoyu kingdom, with its new capital near present-day Wenzhou. This polity would last from 191 BC until it was conquered by the Mingyue kingdom in 138 BC. The city walls were built in the 10th century, and its 7 gates were erected in 1598. Modern era. Throughout its history, Wenzhou's traditional economic role has been as a port giving access to the mountainous interior of southern Zhejiang province. In early European sources, the name Wenzhoufu or Fu was often transcribed Uinchufo or Wenshu after the accounts of French-speaking missionaries. In 1876, Wenzhou opened for tea exports, which led to a significant Wenzhounese diaspora of merchants in France, but no foreign settlement was ever established there. Between 1937 and 1942, during the Second Sino-Japanese War, i.e., World War II, Wenzhou achieved importance as one of the few ports still under Chinese control. It declined in the later years of the war, but began to recover after coastal trade along the Zhejiang coast was re-established in 1955. Feng Shui of Wenzhou. Wenzhou is the only city in China designed by Guopu, the father of the Feng Shui philosophical system. During the Jin dynasty,
They had an entire
Guopu
city
organized
built on
Wenzhou
feng
on
shui.
the basis of the Feng Shui philosophical system along with the 28 mansions and the 5 elements. These philosophies develop and manage architecture and geography as a whole in metaphoric terms of invisible forces that unite the universe, Earth, and humanity together. Believers in Feng Shui consider Wenzhou to possess the best Feng Shui conditions and nature of all the Chinese cities. Other cities considered to possess excellent Feng Shui nature are Beijing, Yili Kazakh Autonomous Prefecture, Kunming, Hengyang, and Shenzhen. However, none of these cities is designed entirely on the basis of philosophy of Feng Shui or designed by the father of Feng Shui, Guopu. People from all over China usually refer to the accomplishments and influence of Wenzhounese as a result of Wenzhou's Feng Shui development by Guopu. Guopu. When Guopu climbed to the top of West Hua Mountain, in Wenzhou, he saw the range of mountains of Wenzhou shaped as a dipper and the city itself shaped as a keel.
This is quite annoying.
Wenzhou is
This noise. I don't think it was this bad when we tested out this vehicle, was it?
Xiamen Air 8224.
Xiamen Air 872, engine 4 Bravo, runway 23. Report ready for descent.
Engine 4 Bravo, runway 23, ready for descent. Xiamen Air 872.
So it's not the engine.
Xiamen Air
Okay.
872, 4,900 feet. QNH1007.
Descend to 4,900 feet. Xiamen Air 872.
What is it, the environment?
Shanghai Air 9132. Contact Shanghai. Approach 128.05.
Contact Shanghai. Approach 128.05.
It's the environment, okay.
Air Macau 128. Contact Nanjing. Approach 126.55.
Contact Nanjing approach.
Maybe I should just drop the entire...
Air Macau 128.
The sound is bugged. That's why. You guys hear that? It went away. The air noise went away. The game has a memory leak. I think the game has a memory leak.
China Southern 3538. Long-term control. Radar contact.
Yep. Not even auto FPS can fix this right now.
Air 8224.
It's a memory leak.
Approach 125.
Please. Reduce LOD. Yep.
Contact Xiamen approach 125.025. Xiamen Air 8224.
I don't think it matters. Let me just reduce all the sound. Jesus. Oh look, it kind of fixed itself. That's great.
Shanghai Air 9257. Long-term control. Expect engine for Bravo. Runway 23.
Expect engine for Bravo. Runway 23. Shanghai Air 9257.
Continue listening to Guapo, the father of Feng Shui, or Feng Shui.
When Guopu climbed to the top of West Gua Mountain, in Wenzhou, he saw the range of mountains of Wenzhou shaped as a dipper and the city itself shaped as a key. Wenzhou is still nicknamed the Dipper City based on the popular geographical saying mountains as dipper, city as key. Legend has it that during the time when Wenzhou was being established and developed, a white deer was seen in the city with a flower in its mouth. Therefore Wenzhou is also known as Deer City, Luqing. Today, the Luqing district is the name of downtown Wenzhou, and the White Deer Theater located at downtown is the most popular theater among the locals. Guapu is honored today by the renaming of West Gua Mountain, where he stood to observe the city, into Guogong Mountain. At the bottom of Guogong Mountain, a temple was also built.
That's a
and
very
named Guogong
muddy
Temple.
river. Holy.
In 2003, the local government constructed a statue of Guapu in downtown Wenzhou. Geography.
It's like completely brown.
Labeled as YUNGCHIA,
It's not even yellow.
Wenzhou,
The Yangtze means the yellow
1953.
river, right?
On the
That's
coast
brown.
of the Dayu Bay in Sangnan County. With jurisdiction over 4 districts, 2 county-level cities and 5 counties, Wenzhou covers a land area of 11,784 square kilometers, 4,550 square miles, and sea area of 11,000 square kilometers, 4,200 square miles. The population of the prefectural level city is 9.12 million, including 2.30 million urban residents, divided among 3 county-level cities and 4 districts. Most of Wenzhou's landscape is mountainous, with many mountaintops reaching altitudes in excess of 1,000 meters, 3,300 feet, for example in the Yendang Mountains, a coastal mountain range dominating the eastern part of prefecture. Another dominating landscape element is the O River, the largest river in Wenzhou Prefecture. There are some coastal plains, notably around the mouth of the O, where the city proper of Wenzhou is located, the Nanqi River, a tributary of the O, and further south, around the mouth of the Feiyan River, in Ruian, a county-level city. Coastal plains are used intensively for agriculture but also host much of the population and industry. The 339 kilometers, 211 miles, long coastline gives the city abundant marine resources and has many islands. Dongtu, one of the districts in Wenzhou, has also been called the County of 100 Islands. Dongtu County was renamed as Dongtu District in September 2015 following the State Council-sanctioned administrative region adjustments. The Yendang Mountain has been named as a World Geopark, while the Nanji Islands are listed a UNESCO Marine Nature Reserve of World Biosphere Reserves. Scenic areas account for 25% of the city's land space. Climate. Wenzhou derives its present name from its climate, and has a humid subtropical climate, Köppen, CFA, with short winters and long, hot, humid summers. Summers are similar to the remainder of the province, albeit slightly cooler during the daytime as compared to inland areas, but winter is much milder, partly due to the southerly location and partly due to the sheltering effect of the surrounding mountains. The monthly 24-hour average temperature ranges from 8.7 degrees Celsius (47.7 degrees Fahrenheit) in January to 28.7 degrees Celsius (83.7 degrees Fahrenheit) in July and August, while the annual mean is 18.9 degrees Celsius (66.0 degrees Fahrenheit). Heavy rainfalls occur in late spring and early summer due to the plum rains of the East Asian monsoon, while typhoons are commonly a threat in the second half of summer, causing considerable damage and destruction. With monthly percent possible sunshine ranging from 26% in March to 53% in August, the city receives 1,706 hours of bright sunshine annually. Extremes since 1951 have ranged from minus 4.5 degrees Celsius (24 degrees Fahrenheit), though an unofficial record low of minus 5.6 degrees Celsius (22 degrees Fahrenheit) was recorded on January 17, 1893. To 41.8 degrees Celsius (100.
Okay,
While typhoons are commonly a threat in the second half of...
No. Economy.
Wenzhou exports food, tea, wine, jute, timber, paper and alunite, a non-metallic mineral used to make alum and fertilizer. Alunite is abundant and Wenzhou claims to be the alunite capital of the world. Its 10 main industries, each exceeding $1.5 billion, are electrical machinery, leather products, general equipment, power supply, plastic manufacturing, textile and garment, transport equipment, chemical products, metal products and metal processing. From the 1990s, low-voltage electric appliances manufacturing became one of the major industries in Wenzhou, with some of the large private enterprises setting up joint ventures with GE and Schneider. In 1994, exploration for oil and natural gas commenced in the East China Sea 100 kilometers, 62 miles, off the coast of Wenzhou. Companies such as Texaco, Chevron, Shell and JPEX have started to drill for oil, but the operations have been largely unsuccessful. From 1978 through 2016, the GDP of Wenzhou, a third-tier city in China, has increased from 1.32 billion renminbi to 504.54
Island.
billion renminbi, with the gross fiscal revenue increasing from 0.135
Apparently there are
billion
like
renminbi
hundreds
to
of
72.4
islands
billion
off the coast
renminbi,
here.
and the disposable net per capita income for rural residents increasing from 113 renminbi and 50 cents to 22,985 renminbi. The per capita disposable income for urban residents increased from 422 renminbi and 60 cents in 1981 to 47,785 renminbi in 2016, which is among the highest in China. Financial Reform Pilot Project. In late March 2012,
Am I
China's
reading that
State
right?
Council announced that Wenzhou would be the
The per capita disposable income for urban residents in Wenzhou increased from 422 renminbi in 1981 to 47,785 renminbi in 2016. That's like
Contact Showman approach 125.025. Showman Air 8032.
so it increased 10,000 times. Is that what you're telling me? Per capita disposable income in 30 years, in about 30 years, rose more than 10,000 times. What the fuck? Am I crazy? Calculator.
Long Air 8008. Contact Hangzhou approach 127.7.
47,785 renminbi divided by
Contact Hangzhou
422 renminbi.
Long Air 8008.
It's 113 times the original per capita one. Oh yeah, it rose 100 times. Got 100 times the per capita income of that city. Got 100 times larger in 30 years.
China Eastern 702. Contact Shanghai.
I'm assuming it's not accounting for inflation, but even then, that's a huge increase.
Contact Shanghai approach
Huge.
128.05. China Eastern 702.
site of a pilot project for the reform of private investment rules. The city had been a significant source of illegal loans, and this project would legalize and provide a regulatory framework for such activities. It has been seen not only as an attempt to legitimize Wenzhou's private finance market, but also as a model for cleaning up underground lending in China as a whole. Birthplace of China's private economy. In the early days of economic reforms, local Wenzhounis took the lead in China in developing a commodity economy, household industries, and specialized markets. Many
Charlie 69 requesting flight level 150.
Charlie 69, confirm new altitude flight level 150.
Affirmative. Charlie 69.
Charlie 69, roger. Descend to flight level 150.
Descending to flight level 150, Charlie 69.
Air China 198 Heavy, Longchang control. Expect Super Tree 1 Alpha. Runway 18 left.
Expect Super Tree 1 Alpha. Runway 18 left. Air China 198 Heavy.
thousands of people and families were engaged in household manufacturing to develop individual and private economy, private enterprise. Until now, Wenzhou has a total of 240,000 individually owned commercial and industrial units and 130,000 private enterprises, of which 180 are group companies, 4 among China's top 500 enterprises and 36 among national 500 top private enterprises. There are 27 national production bases such as China's shoes capital and China's capital of electrical equipment, China's 40 famous trademarks and China's famous brand products, and 67 national inspection-exempt products in the city. The development of private economy in Wenzhou has created the Wenzhou economic model, which inspires the modernization drive in China. The city of Wenzhou has over 500 light manufacturing concerns in the city. The plastic weaving cluster in Wenzhou comprised 1,600 enterprises in 2001. Employing 42,000 people with an annual output value of 20 billion yuan. The local cluster comprised 400 manufacturers in 2001 with a total output of 5 billion yuan, representing 65% of the domestic market share. The cluster is the first in China in terms of market share and sold its products to 60 countries. Industrial zones. Wenzhou Economic and Technological Development Zone. This zone was established and approved by State Council in 1992. The main traffic system around the zone include number 104 National Highway, Ningbo-Wenzhou Expressway, and Wenzhou Bridge. It is located near to Wenzhou International Airport and Wenzhou Port. Industries encouraged in the zone include electrical equipment, electronic information, chemical medicine, building materials, and textiles. Wenzhou-Ojiang River Estuary Industrial Zone. This zone is in the east of the city proper, with industrial focuses mainly on logistics, cultural and tourism industry, smart manufacturing, information technology, as well as electronics and petrochemical industry near the coastal area of Dongtu. The traffic system around the zone include the Roper, with industrial focuses mainly on
Air China 198 Heavy, Super Tree 1 Alpha.
We are currently over the Taiwan Strait.
Ready for descent.
Support 31 Alpha, runway 18 left, ready for descent. Air China 198 Heavy.
Air China 198 Heavy, descent to 2,016 feet, QNH1003.
The Taiwan Strait is the body of water separating Fujian Province from Taiwan Island. The international agreement does not define the Taiwan Strait but places its waters within the South China Sea, whose northern limit runs from Cape Fugui, the northernmost point on Taiwan Island, Kokikaku, to Nyoshan Island to the southernmost point of Pingten Island and thence westward along the parallel end, to the coast of Fujian Province. The draft for a new edition of the IHO's limits of oceans and seas does precisely define the Taiwan Strait, classifying it as part of the North Pacific Ocean. It makes the Taiwan Strait a body of water between the East and South China Seas and delimits it. On the north, a line joining the coast of China eastward to Siang Cape, the northern extremity of Haitan Island, and thence to Fugui Cape, the northern extremity of Taiwan Island, the common limit with the East China Sea, C7.3. On the east, from Fugui Cape southward, along the western coast of Taiwan Island, to Alwan Cape, the southern extremity of this island. On the south, a line joining Alwan Cape northwestward, along the southern banks of Nano Island, to the southeastern extremity of this island, thence westward, along the southern coast of Nano Island, to Changshan Head, the western extremity of this island, and thence a line joining Changshan Head westward to the mouth of the Hanjiang River on the coast of China, the common limit with the South China Sea, C6.1. On the west, from the mouth of Hanjiang River northeastward, along the coast of China, to position. The entire strait is on Asia's continental shelf. It is almost entirely less than 150 m, 490 feet, 82 fathoms, deep, with a short ravine of that depth off the southwest coast of Taiwan. As such, there are many islands in the strait. The largest and most important islands
Yeah.
off the coast of Fujian are Xiamen, Gulanjiu, Pingtan, the Haitan of the IHO delineation, Kinmen, and Matsu. The first three are controlled by the People's Republic of China, PRC, the last two by the Republic of China, ROC. Within the strait lie the Penghu or the Pescadores, also controlled by the ROC. There is a major underwater bank 40 to 60 kilometers, 25 to 37 miles, north of the Penghu Islands. All of Fujian province's rivers except the Ting run into the Taiwan Strait. The largest two are the Min and the Jiulong. Median line. A theoretical median line, also known as the Davis Line, was defined down the middle of the strait by U.S. Air Force General Benjamin O. Davis Jr. in 1955, after which the U.S. pressured both sides not to cross it. As a tacit understanding, it never gained official or legal status. The PRC has never recognized the median line. Aircraft from Taiwan crossed it frequently until the Second Taiwan Strait Crisis in 1958. Between 1954 and 2019, generally did not cross the area, with military craft crossing 3 times in that period. In 2019, Taiwan's Defense Ministry provided coordinates for the median line. The ministry recognizes the line as running from 27 degrees north, 122 degrees east in the north to 23 degrees north, 118 degrees east on the southern end. In 2019, PLA warplanes crossed the median line for the first time since 1999. Said the median line for the first time since 1999. He Strait mostly separated the Han culture of the Chinese mainland from Taiwan Island's aborigines for millennia, although the Hakka and Haklo traded and migrated across it. European explorers, principally the Portuguese, Spanish and Dutch, also took advantage of the strait to establish forward bases for trade with the mainland during the Ming. The bases were also used for raiding both the Chinese coast and the trading ships of rival countries. Widespread Chinese migration across the strait began in the late Ming. During the Qing conquest, Zhang Changgung, Koxinga, expelled the Dutch and established the Kingdom of Tungning in 1661, planning to launch a reconquest of the mainland in the name of the southern Ming branches of the old imperial dynasty. Dorgan and the Kangxi Emperor were able to consolidate their control over southern mainland China. Koxinga found himself limited to raiding across the strait. His grandson Zhang Keshuang surrendered to the Qing after his admiral lost the 1683 Battle of the Penghu Islands in the middle of the strait. Japan seized the Penghu Islands during the First Sino-Japanese War and gained control of Taiwan at its conclusion in 1895. Control of the eastern half of the strait was used to establish control of the southern
I thought there would be
Chinese coast
something to
during
see
the Second
here, but
World
there
War.
isn't.
The strait protected
Charlie
Japanese
69,
bases
you're
and
requesting
industry
flight level
in Taiwan from
216.
Chinese attack and sabotage, but aerial warfare reached the island by 1943. The 1944 Formosa air battle gave the United States Pacific Fleet air supremacy from its carrier groups and Philippine bases. Subsequently, the bombing was continuous until Japan's surrender in 1945.
Requesting
The
flight level
rapid advance of the communist
217.
PLA in 1949 provoked the government's retreat across the Taiwan Strait. In the aftermath of the Chinese Civil War, People's Republic of China and Republic of China had multiple brief armed conflicts on the Taiwan Strait,
the heck?
consequently named the First Taiwan Strait Crisis, the Second Taiwan Strait
Requesting
Crisis,
flight level
and the Third
220.
Taiwan Strait Crisis. These confrontations did not result in large-scale military conflicts between China and Taiwan. In the 21st century, the cross-strait relations stabilized, leading to the establishment of 3 links on December 15, 2008,
Flight
with the
level
commencement of direct commercial
197.
flights, shipping, and post across the Taiwan Strait. On May 25, 2002, China Airlines Flight 611 broke up in midair and crashed into the Taiwan Strait, killing all 225 people on board. On February 26, 2022, China denounced the sailing of the U.S. Navy's 7th Fleet Arleigh Burke-class guided missile destroyer USS Ralph Johnson through the Taiwan Strait as a provocative
Request
act.
flight level 210.
Since
Charlie
2018,
69.
China has denied that the concept of international
Charlie
waters
69.
applies to the Taiwan
Confirm new
Strait.
altitude flight level 210.
China does not claim sovereignty over the entire strait, but seeks to regulate what it
Charlie
views as
69.
support for the Taiwan authorities and muscle flexing against the mainland. This position has
Charlie
led to
69.
concerns from
Roger.
American,
Climb to flight
Australian,
level
and French
210.
officials and objection from Taiwan.
Climbing
International
to flight
waters
level
is technically not
210.
defined by the
Charlie
United
69.
Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, and there is no high seas corridor within the Taiwan Strait. But transit rights mimicking high seas such as innocent passage and freedom of navigation are generally allowed within exclusive economic zones. Economy. Fishermen have used the strait as a fishing resource since time immemorial. In the modern world, it is the gateway used by ships of almost every kind on passage to and from nearly all the important ports in Northeast Asia. Chinese vessels often trespass into Taiwanese territorial waters to fish or dredge sand, leading to interceptions by the Coast Guard Administration as well as seizures, confiscations, and fines. Taiwan is building major wind farms in the strait. Gallery. Looking east from Asia to the Pacific. Looking west from the Pacific to Asia. Looking south from the East to South China Sea. Looking north from the south to East China Sea. China Airlines.
So, as
Charlie
expected,
69. Contact Taipei Control 124.6.
control on 124.6, Charlie 69.
China
Control Charlie 69. Climbing to flight level 210. Currently at flight level 174.
Charlie 69, Taipei Control. Good afternoon. Radar contact. Continue climb to flight level 210.
Affirmative, Charlie 69.
Negative. Continue climb to flight level 210.
Continue climb to flight level 210, Charlie 69. As expected, most of the stuff about Taiwan Strait, it has to do with the relationship between China and Taiwan. Unsurprisingly.
Japan 98 Heavy. Contact Kobe Control 123.9er. Bye-bye.
Center on 123.9er, Japan Air 98 Heavy. Bye-bye.
Dynasty 153 Heavy. Drake 1 Bravo. Runway 23 right. Report ready for descent.
Drake 1 Bravo. Runway 23 right. Ready for descent. Dynasty 153 Heavy.
Dynasty 153 Heavy. Descend to 7,000 feet. QNH 1007.
Descent to 7,000 feet. Dynasty 153 Heavy.
Getting some
Viva
turbulence.
609er heavy. Taipei control. Expect Drake 1 Bravo. Runway 23 right.
Expect Drake 1 Bravo. Runway 23 right. Viva 609er heavy.
Airbus on 796. Contact Kobe control 123.9er.
Center on 123.9er. Airbus on 796.
I just want to take this time to study up on the approach here.
Viva 398 heavy. Contact Taipei approach 125.1.
Haoyan International Airport.
Contact Taipei approach 125.1.
Arrivals from the north.
Viva 398 heavy.
We will be approaching from Baker. Arrival Baker.
Taipei Control, Hong Kong Shuttle 114, good afternoon, descending via Tonga 1 Bravo, flight level 304.
Hong Kong Shuttle 114. Taipei control. Radar contact.
We look at approaches.
Viva 609er heavy. Drake 1 Bravo. Runway 23 right. Report ready for descent.
Drake 1 Bravo. Runway 23 right. Ready for descent. Viva 609er heavy.
Viva 609er heavy. Descend to 7,000 feet. QNH 1007.
Descend to 7,000 feet. Viva 609er heavy.
Taipei control. Viva 258. Descending via Tonga 1 Bravo. Flight level 269er. Viva 258. Taipei control. Identified.
Go Charlie 69 requesting approach change.
Charlie 69. You've not yet started your descent. Unable. Mandarin 376. Contact Taipei approach 125.1.
Contact Taipei approach 125.1, Mandarin 376.
We are actually approaching our TOD quite soon. As soon as in like 20 minutes. Absolutely nothing to see except the ocean. And there's so many clouds. I wasn't expecting. I don't think I've seen this much this is more cloudy than like Arizona, for sure.
Taipei Control, Starwalker 801 Heavy.
I guess it's because it's more humid.
Starwalker 801 Heavy. Taipei Control. Good afternoon. Radar contact. Continue climb to flight level 400.
Continue climb to flight level 400. Starwalker 801 Heavy.
Starwalker 801 Heavy. You were assigned flight level 400. I show you at flight level 389er. Climb to flight level 400.
Someone's getting told off. Better listen
Roger.
to control.
Climb to flight level 400. Starwalker 801 Heavy.
We are approaching Taiwan. There's some people who are like, you know, this, I guess it's a bit political, but it's not really. It's like military analysis. There's still a lot of scholars working in the security field, like international security field, interested in trying to understand how a conflict between Taiwan and China might happen. And it's always almost the same, in the sense that China doesn't have enough amphibious landing vehicles to launch an amphibious assault on Taiwan. But I remember starting like about a decade ago, starting about a decade ago, there were a lot of talks about how the Chinese government might not even be, you know, it's like, why would they want to invade Taiwan? For real. Aside from all the political promises that were made a long time ago, which doesn't really affect the way China runs today. Like, China doesn't gain anything from getting Taiwan, aside from like the political victory of actually fulfilling the promises made by Communist Party leaders since the 1950s, right? Realistically speaking, there's no benefit to taking Taiwan. There's no economic benefit, there's no social benefit, nothing. It's just going to be a gigantic waste of human lives and military resources. So a lot of people are saying, okay, if we assume that the invasion of Taiwan by China will not be a land invasion, like using amphibious landing ships and sending Chinese soldiers into it, what else can the Chinese do to actually start pressuring Taiwan? And the most common method that analysts think is possible is a naval and aerial blockade. Not even a long blockade, but like a short blockade around Taiwan in order to induce economic and political shocks to Taiwan and the international community, in order to gain some form of minor political concessions from the Taiwanese government. But once again, concessions of what? Right? So a lot of people who talk about like the potential conflict between China and Taiwan, they forget that China is like the world's second largest economy in the world. If you don't count the European Union. I do count the European Union, so it'll be like, it's like the third largest economy in the world, right? They really, really don't need Taiwan. They really don't. In short, apparently Xi Jinping said told the Chinese military to be ready for the invasion of Taiwan by 2027, I believe, or something like that. But that might just be like a preparedness level and not necessarily, oh, we are actually going to invade soon. Because it's going to be really costly for China to try and take over Taiwan militarily. Because of this ocean here, the Taiwan Strait. And because of the fact that Taiwan is also quite heavily armed. Even without US support, it's going to cost a lot in terms of human lives and military resources. So, I don't know. And here's another thing with the military blockade. If the Chinese wanted to do it, they could have done it by now, right? They could have done blockades much earlier because China already possesses the capabilities to enact a temporary blockade, either a naval blockade or an aerial blockade, right? Restricting the airspace. They do have the ships and the military aircraft to do that, but they haven't done it yet because they don't have a reason to. It might make more sense for China to like go into Taiwan and just start like over-investing in Taiwanese firms, right? Just taking like hostile M&As over Taiwanese firms. That might be it to like start consolidating Chinese control over Taiwan, right? China can take over Taiwan economically. They don't even have to do it militarily. And the reason the Chinese aren't doing that already is because they don't need it. Once again, they don't need it.
Viva 062 Heavy. Contact Taipei approach 125.1.
Sometimes in the international security community, some people get really stuck on certain issues.
Viva 062 Heavy.
I would call them like focal points of the community, right? So scholars tend to scholars or policy analysts get drawn to a certain issue and they just really go at it. Even though like at the expense of ignoring other problems. I consider the China-Taiwan issue to be one of those things. It's just like so many people have done research or so many people have done research, analyses on this issue from the military perspective, the political perspective, the economic perspective, and blah blah blah. And it's just like the Chinese government, right? The CCP has been saying that they're going to take over Taiwan since Mao. And since Mao, no one has ever really tried. If the Korean War didn't break out, Mao would have done it, actually. Mao was preparing to invade Taiwan in the 50s.
Descending via Seacon 1 Bravo, flight level 229er.
Does that mean?
Eva 384, Taipei Control, identified.
Yeah, Mao Zedong was preparing for an invasion of Taiwan in the 50s until the Korean War broke out, and when the UN forces started pushing up towards North Korea, towards the Yalu River, under the direction of General MacArthur. Mao was begrudgingly forced to divert the main force that he was building up to invade Taiwan with and redirect them towards the Korean War. And so because of that, because they expended that army in the Korean War, they no longer had the capabilities to even attempt a Taiwanese invasion. And ever since then, so after Mao, move on to Deng. Deng Xiaoping really did not care about the Taiwanese issue. He wanted to focus on economic development and some of the political reforms that were necessary after witnessing the failure of Mao Zedong's political system. And the Taiwanese issue just it was a can that got kicked down the road for the past 50, 60 years now. And nowadays, like, why would Xi Jinping do it? No one can give a straight answer because all we can say is it's because the CCP has been saying that they were going to do it for a long time. But I don't know. I'm not saying that it's 100% that he won't do it, but it does seem unlikely. And a lot of effort has been spent on trying to understand how that war might start, might progress, and might end. And it's kind of been the same answer for the past several decades. If you still go on security journals like the Center for Strategic International, Center for CSIS, Center for Strategic International Security or something. My God, I always call it CSIS, but if you go to like international security journals, you can still see a lot of research papers, reports, and analyses on China and Taiwan and potential conflict between them. And it's like, once you've read like dozens of them, you kind of get bored by it. You're like, guys, I don't think it's gonna happen. Why are we still on this issue? Because no matter what, the answer of what the international community should do is always the same, right? It's like cautiously support the Taiwanese government so that the Taiwanese government can maintain an effective conventional deterrence against China. That's it. It's always the same answer. So why are we spending so much time talking about it?
Taipei Control, Cathay 595 Heavy, flight level 280.
Cathay 595 Heavy, Taipei Control, identified.
Just talking about the most controversial topics in international politics, man. Although I don't know why it's controversial. There's no controversy. The Chinese know they can't invade right now because it will come at a tremendous cost to the Chinese military. So, at best, the Chinese military is like preparing for like building up the capabilities towards it, but it's still a huge investment.
Expect Beta 1 Bravo, runway 23 right.
What? I think that was me. Expecting Bake 1 Bravo, runway 23 right, Charlie 69.
Dynasty 103. You were assigned flight level 340. I show you at flight level 3 Chunner. Climb to flight level 340. Wilco, climb to flight level 340. Dynasty 103.
I'll open up the windows again. Oh, by the way, if I see any Chinese bots in my video, like in the comment section of this video, I'm gonna ban every single one of you. Actually, it's not even a ban, right? The way YouTube works, it essentially makes people invisible. So, to the people who get, like, banned, quote-unquote banned, they don't even know that they got banned, or their comments got banned, right? As far as they know, their comments are, they think their comments are still, like, posted on the in the comment section. Maybe I shouldn't have talked about Taiwan. But we're going there. And I don't know anything else about Taiwan other than the security relationship between Taiwan and China.
Contact Taipei approach 125.1.
Contact Taipei approach 125.1, Hong Kong Shuttle 114.
You know what's the funny thing about the US-Taiwanese relationship? You know, there's like a US legislation that says the United States will help Taiwan in case of a foreign attack. The wording of that bill was carefully constructed so that it would give Taiwan it would give Taiwan reassurance that the Americans would help Taiwan against China like in some way, but not fully commit.
Charlie 69, Baker 1 Bravo, runway 23 right. Report ready for descent.
Hold on. Charlie 69, Baker 1 Bravo, runway 2. Runway 23 left. Ready for descent. Charlie 69.
Charlie 69, descend to 7,000 feet. QNH 1007.
Descend to 7,000 feet. QNH 1007. Charlie 69. I think I just let the TOD take care of it.
Approach 125.1. Contact Taipei approach 125.1, Lima 258. Dynasty 103, SIGN 1 Mike, runway 27. Report ready for descent.
Right. What was I talking about? It's nothing important. It's just the opinion of someone who doesn't know what they're talking about. Right.
Runway 27, ready for descent. Dynasty 103.
And by that I mean me. But yeah, the US.
103. Descend to 4,000 feet. QNH 1010.
The United States' legal commitment to
Descend to
assist
4,000
Taiwan.
feet. Dynasty 103.
That bill was crafted to give assurances to Taiwan that the United States will help in some way, but not overcommit in a way that would encourage Taiwan to provoke China, believing that the United States would help them no matter what.
Taipei Control. Good afternoon.
So the
Radar
United States
contact.
is actually, the United States has been worried about
Taiwan.
Taiwan instigating a problem with China if the Americans gave the Taiwanese too much assurances, like too much security guarantees. That's why the bill is a bit vague, right? It doesn't, it's not a security pact. Like, the United States has a military alliance with Japan, South Korea, and NATO. And a military alliance like that means if they are under attack, Americans will come and fight with us, and vice versa, right? If America gets attacked, all your allies will literally come and help fight your enemies, right? That's an alliance. The United States and Taiwan doesn't have an alliance. Fuck's sake. The fuck? Why are we not descending?
Taipei Control, Dynasty 5161 Heavy, flight level 300.
Dynasty 5161 Heavy. Taipei Control. Identified. Evo 120. Contact Kobe Control 123.9er. Center on 123.9er. Evo 120. Bye bye. Evo 197 Heavy. Taipei Control. Expect Drake 1 Bravo. Runway 23 right. Expect Drake 1 Bravo. Runway 23 right. Evo 197 Heavy.
Oh, there was one thing I was confused about, and that is... I'm supposed to like reset something. Otherwise the flaps don't extend because they think it has ice protection on it or something.
Charlie 69, contact Taipei approach 125.1.
Approach 125.1, Charlie 69.
Negative. Taipei approach on 125.1.
Approach on 125.1, Charlie 69. Approach Charlie 69, descending to 7,000 feet. Currently at flight level 124.
Charlie 69 Taipei approach. Good afternoon. QNH 1007 expect the ILS runway 23 right with the auto transition.
Charlie 69, say again.
Charlie 69 Taipei approach. Good afternoon. QNH 1007 expect the ILS runway 23 right with the auto transition.
With what transition? QNH 1007, expect ILS 23 right with the auger transition. Charlie 69.
Dynasty 153 heavy, turn right, heading 325. Turn right, heading 325. Dynasty 153 heavy.
We got our transition approach.
Dynasty 153 heavy, turn right, heading 045. Expect further clearance in about 28 miles. Turn right, heading 045. Dynasty 153 heavy.
ALS 23 right,
Taipei
1093.
Star Walker 801 Heavy. Good afternoon. Flight level 145 with information Romeo.
Star Walker 801 heavy Taipei approach. Good afternoon. QNH 1007 expect the ILS runway 23 right with the auto transition.
Oh yeah, I always got confused where the
QNH 1007 expect the ILS runway 23 right with the auger transition. Star Walker 801 Heavy.
where do you set the nav? Like the localizer
Hong Kong
frequency?
Shuttle 114. Contact Taipei Tower 118.7.
Over to Tower 118.7, Hong Kong Shuttle 114. Taipei approach, Eva 384. Good afternoon. 9,400 feet. We have Romeo on board.
Eva 384 Taipei approach. QNH 1007 expect the ILS runway 23 right with the auto transition.
QNH 1007 expect the ILS runway 23 right with the auger transition. Eva 384.
Charlie 69, descend to 4,700 feet. QNH 1007.
Stand to 4,700 feet. QNH 1007, Charlie 69. 1093.
Negative, descend to 4,700 feet.
Descend to 4,700 feet, Charlie 69.
runway 23 right.
Clear direct to Auger, cross at or above 4,700 feet. Cleared ILS 23 right. Charlie 69.
EVA 258. Contact Taipei
Vertical
Tower
track.
118.7. Bye-bye. Contact Tower 118.7. EVA 258. Charlie 69. Contact Taipei Tower 118.7. Bye-bye.
Power on 118.7. Charlie 69. Power Charlie 69 at 5,800 feet.
Charlie 69, Taipei Tower, continue.
Yeah, I'm kind of focusing here.
Charlie 69, Taipei Tower, continue.
Affirmative, Charlie 69. Yeah, I completely forgot where I'm supposed to change the localizer frequency. Thought it would be here. Glide slope and localizer are armed, but
Hong Kong Shuttle 114, exit left at November 6. Exit left at November 6, Hong Kong Shuttle 114.
Vertical track.
All aircraft be advised information Sierra now current, QNH 1007. EVA 258,
I think it should have been. I think the ILS frequency could have been set
Runway 23
automatically.
right clear to land. EVA 258.
We are definitely not.
EVA 258, exit left at November 6.
Exit left at November 6. EVA 258.
Charlie 69 established on approach.
Charlie 69, affirm.
Yeah, I have no idea where you set the nav, the localizer frequency.
Eva 258, monitor ground 121.7. Have a good afternoon.
Oh, too late now.
Ground 121.7, Eva 258. Have a good afternoon.
Okay. I always get nervous during landings. Kind of rainy in Taiwan.
Charlie 69, wind 235 at 13, runway 23 right clear to land.
Runway 23 right, clear to land. Charlie 69. Yeah. I still think it it extended, right? Yeah, I think it still extends. Let's get the warning. Oh wow, you gotta really slow down. Thank goodness the auto throttle is managing it for me. We see the return of blue buildings. Cool. Now you are supposed to take off autopilot at the very end.
Taipei Tower, Starwalker 801 Heavy, ILS runway 23 right.
Starwalker 801 Heavy.
I wonder if I
Taipei
can just
Tower,
like
continue.
not do anything.
Wilco, Starwalker 801 Heavy. Taipei Tower, Eva 384, ILS runway 23 right.
Yaw damper disengaging.
Eva 384, Taipei Tower, continue. Wilco, Eva 384.
Ouch.
Charlie 69, exit left at November 6.
Exit left, November 6, Charlie 69. Hey, not too bad. I believe it's further down. Yep. Holy shit, I should not have opened the window because it is so... Wait, what?
Taipei Tower, China Southern 3095 Heavy, ILS runway 23 right.
Oh, November 6th, okay. It's a little bit
China
confused.
Southern 3095 Heavy, Taipei Tower, continue.
Wilco, China Southern 3095 Heavy.
I always get fucking spam calls.
Skywalker 801 Heavy, wind 235 at 13, runway 23 right clear to land.
Runway 23 right clear to land. Starwalker 801 Heavy.
Charlie 69, contact ground 121.7, have a good afternoon.
Round of 121.7, Charlie 69, thank you.
You're welcome.
Charlie 69, requesting taxi to parking.
Charlie 69, welcome to Taiwan. Say parking or advice if need assignment.
I need an assignment. Charlie 69.
Charlie 69, say again ramp number.
Any ramp will do.
Charlie 69, ramp 515 taxi via November 6, November 7.
Ramp 151 via November 6, November 7. Charlie 69.
Negative, taxi via November 6, November 7.
Taxi via November 6, November 7. I should not say my call sign.
Negative, taxi via November
Son of a
6,
bitch.
November 7.
Maybe I should choose a different call sign
Ramp
because
515
having
by November 6.
Charlie 69
November
confuses
7. Charlie
the
69.
taxiway system when I'm talking to the ATC. Maybe I should just go American 69. because I'm already flying under the ICAO of American Airlines.
Starwalker 801 Heavy, ramp 60 for taxi 1 November 1, Papa 1, Papa, Whiskey 1, Quebec, Quebec 1, Sierra.
Ram 604 via November 1, Papa 1, Papa, Whiskey 1, Quebec, Quebec 1, Sierra, Starwalker 801 Heavy.
Why is Stream Elements giving me a report about my YouTube channel? What the fuck? Holy balls, I gotta turn the AC. It is so humid. Hold on. .27 degrees with humidity levels at like 70%. Insane. I guess it's very rainy all over East Asia. I bet it's really rainy in Japan, Eastern China, Southeastern China too.
China Southern 3095 Heavy, Gate Delta 10 Taxi 1 November 4, Whiskey Charlie, Papa.
Well, here we are.
Gate Delta 101 November 4, Whiskey Charlie, Papa, China Southern 3095 Heavy.
We made it to Taiwan. Taoyuan Airport, RCTP. I actually want to do a VFR flight over Taiwan. Because I think it'll be fun. I guess we can go VFR flight and then there is an airport here, so we might just take off from there.
Ramp 608 via November.
Let's go
November,
over the
November
western
Charlie,
side.
Papa 3, Whiskey 1, Quebec, Quebec 1. Sierra,
Maybe I'll take the Cessna.
FH927.
Or maybe the Cessna will take way too long. DA62? Yeah, I'll take the DA62. And I think I will save Taiwan for tomorrow. Because, yeah, I think... So I'm gonna plan ahead a little bit. Tomorrow we'll do a flight down south. The western coast of Taiwan, towards the very southern tip, where there is an airport. And then from there, I'll take the Vision Jet back across to the Chinese coast. And I'll find an airport somewhere over here. And I want to, since we visited the Yangtze rivers, Maybe we can go visit some of these like mountainous areas. Like visit this place, right? It must be pretty high. I think that's almost towards the Himalayas. So we do have a decision point to make. Do we go over the Himalayas into India, or do we go into Southeast Asia first? I sort of want to do... I kind of want to do South Asia first. Make it all the way down to New Zealand and across the Polynesian... I'm sorry if it's wrong. Polynesian Islands. I know that the Samoan Islands are over here, but... and then we can make our way back across and just try and book it over to the Himalayas. Kind of like do a little circle. Yeah. So tomorrow, Taiwan, and then China, and then Southeast Asia, Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, and then down here, I believe it's Indonesia. I will have to use Google Maps. But yeah, I'll save it for tomorrow. I think this will be a bit too long for me to do tonight. Yeah. Okay. So, what does that sound? Okay. Well, I hope it has been fun for people who have been watching. Oh my goodness, what the fuck? Okay. Let's get out of there. So, today. Listen, about that Taiwan-China thing. Bro, if you still get mad about stuff like that, an issue that has been talked about to the death, like multiple times for the past 60, 70 years, you're just looking for something to be mad about. You know what I mean? I don't think I've said anything too controversial. I've only talked about the very broad and very simplified version of the security situation between China and Taiwan. So, you know what? Let me not talk about it any further. Do people in China watch YouTube?
Lima 1252 Heavy, gate Charlie 3 Taxi 1 November 4, November Charlie, Papa 3, Whiskey 1, Quebec 1, Sierra.
Holy shit, YouTube is blocked in China. It is technically illegal for people in China to watch YouTube, so I can say whatever the fuck I want about China and Taiwan. But I won't say more. Because I also don't know more. You know? We can go into greater detail about what? I just want to sightsee the western coast of Taiwan, move over to China, and look at southern parts of China, and then move over to Southeast Asia. It's fuck it. I want to talk about it. Oh, and actually, there are parts about it I do want to talk about, but that involves going into security policies. Look, I need to end my stream. We will go sightseeing Taiwan tomorrow. No controversies, no politics, nothing of the sort. Nothing of the sort, okay? So I hope you've enjoyed listening, watching, unlearning, because you sure as shit ain't gonna learn anything from me. So you have been unlearned about this issue, and hope you're looking forward to like the next leg of the journey. I think I'll try a VFR flight tomorrow, for real. Like, none of this IFR guided flights. I'll just have the starting airport and the arriving airport set. Take off. Turn off the radio. Go wherever I want. And then start. And then once I'm like near my destination arrival airport, I'll just turn the radio back on and just do a guided landing. How about that? Alright, cool. Gonna end my stream now. I'll be back tomorrow? Tomorrow is Sunday. Yes, I will be back tomorrow. Thank you for watching. Bye. Seriously, thank you for watching. If you have been watching,